Mr. Rowell, I think we're ready to start.
Thank you. Good morning. Before our first witness of the day, may I just introduce the legal representation?
Yes.
Attending remotely on behalf of the Attorney General and the elected ministers is Miss Martha Eckermale. The remaining members of the House of Assembly who are separately represented do not have a legal representative attending today. Our first witness, Commissioner, is Mr. Kedrick Malone. Mr. Malone, thank you for coming to give evidence to the Commission. I understand that you are going to take an oath.
Yes.
You should have the Bible there with you. If you could just take it in your hand and read out the words of the oath, please.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Can we start with some formalities? Could you confirm your full name to the Commissioner, please?
My name is Kedrick Ellington Malone.
And your current professional address?
4 Hill, Tortola, British Virgin Islands.
You will see just to your left that there are some bundles. We will need to look at some of documents in them as we go through.
Okay.
You'll see bundles, in fact, on both sides of you, I'm afraid,
Right.
Mr. Malone. Can I ask you just to do one thing, and that's just to keep your voice up,
Okay.
and to speak slowly as we go through your evidence, because it's important that an accurate record of your evidence is taken, as you'll appreciate.
Excuse me, Commissioner. My apologies for interrupting. Please, may I just raise one small point?
Yes, certainly. Go ahead, Ms. Eckermale.
Thank you very much. Mr. Commissioner, as flagged by Mr. Olimitis at yesterday's hearing, we are expecting some of the evidence today to touch on matters that may be subject to commercial confidentiality, or at least may be commercially sensitive. And the witnesses should be told not to hesitate from raising the commercially sensitive information to the attention of counsel to the Commission so that care can be taken. We don't expect it would be necessary to go into the detail of these projects, and yesterday Mr. Rowat was able to deal with them by referring to third parties as Company 1 and Company 2, so we hope that interruptions can be avoided.
No, thank you, Ms. Eckermale. The sensitivities are the same as yesterday?
Yes, they are, yes.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll do that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I understand, Mr. Malone, that you're no longer in the public service.
That's correct.
Could you give the Commissioner an outline of your career in public service?
My career in public service started in 1991. I was a deputy permanent secretary. Well, let me say, first of all, I was a contract employee. I'm not a civil servant, permanent and established civil servant. I'm a contract employee. Started off in 1991 as a deputy permanent secretary in the then Chief Minister's office. I also functioned as the film commissioner at that time. My next public service engagement was, I then taught at the H.L. Stott Community College, which was a government body, for 3 years. Then I became Director of Tourism, where I served for 3.5 years. I then went on to serve at the London office as the UK representative, Director of the London office, 5 years. I came back, I served as the Executive Director of BVI Finance for about 6-7 months. Then I went on to serve as the Executive Director of the Financial Services Implementation Unit, which was a special unit established to implement the recommendations of a study by McKinsey on financial services reformation. After that came the hurricane. I came back and I worked as a policy and strategy advisor to the Premier's office on the recovery and helped to author the Recovery and Development Plan.
And you took on at some point the role of permanent secretary.
Yes. After that, I took on a 6-month assignment as permanent secretary from September 2019 to March 2020.
And that was in the Premier's office?
Everything I've done is in the Premier's office.
I see. And you mentioned that you started off as a contract employee. Has that always been the case?
Always been the case.
I see. This is not something on which we've really had any evidence. And what within the public service, what's the difference between a contract employee and the what you described as an established civil servant?
Contract employee basically has no pensionable rights, which in hindsight, given the amount of time I've worked with government, may have been a mistake. But you just work from contract to contract. So each assignment was a separate contract.
I see. Now, the reason that you've been asked to attend is to assist the Commissioner in relation to, in particular, a set of consultancy contracts that were awarded to Claude Skelton-Klein.
Right.
As you may be aware, Mr. Skelton-Klein gave evidence to the Commissioner yesterday.
Okay.
And those, at least initially, came through the Premier's office, and they spanned 2019 into 2021.
Right.
Because of the evidence that the Commissioner had gathered, he directed that you be sent what we call a warning letter,
Okay.
setting out potential criticisms that arise from the evidence and may be made of you.
Right.
The term warning letter can have different meanings in different contexts. In the context of an inquiry, what it is a means by which a witness can be notified of potential criticisms.
Okay.
I think historically it was called a salmon letter. But what I should stress is that, firstly, the warning letter itself is confidential.
Okay.
Secondly, that the criticisms notified to you are potential criticisms and no more than that. They do not form a concluded or provisional view of the Commissioner.
Okay.
The purpose is to be fair to you and to give you an opportunity to answer those.
Correct.
Now, that opportunity comes in the first instance because the Commissioner invited you to provide a written response, and you have done so.
Yes.
Can I confirm, first of all, that you are content that that written response should stand as part of your evidence before the Commission?
Yes.
I'm not going to read it all out, and I'm not necessarily going to read out the bits of the warning letter either.
Okay.
The Commissioner will have those, but just, I think, to give the evidence going forward some context, we know that there were 3 contracts.
Yes.
The first was signed on the 27th of March and ended on the 17th of September. It was a 6-month contract. And you make the point that in relation to that contract, it was Mr. Skelton-Klein was engaged on it before you began your tenure as permanent secretary.
That's correct.
In relation to the second contract, which ran from December 2000, or forgive me, was signed on the 2nd of December 2019 and ran from the 18th of September 2019 to 17th of September 2020.
Yes.
That was something that you had some involvement in, and you set out some details in your written response.
Yes.
I'd like you to ask you some more questions about that shortly. But just again, to complete the picture, the third contract was entered into on the 26th of November 2020 for a period of 12 months, running from the 18th of September 2020 to the 17th of September 2021. And you make the point that that contract was entered into after you had completed your term or your contract at the Premier's office.
Correct.
Having established that, could I ask you some questions about the first contract? Now, you start work on the 9th of September 2019.
Yes.
Would you have received a briefing at that time?
No, I started work in London, actually. My first assignment was to accompany the Premier to London to have discussions on the loan guarantee. Spent a week there. I probably started back at the office sometime the following week. I had a very limited briefing at the time. As I mentioned, it's a 6-month assignment. I had sought to negotiate specific deliverables for that time. Given it was limited and given the way ministry works, you need some level of continuity. So a lot of the work related to this particular contract was handled by the acting PS, who then reverted to the deputy permanent secretary, Ms. Elvia Smith-Maduro. So I had limited involvement with the contract.
And was your involvement with the contract at that same level throughout your time in the Premier's office?
No, Ms. Maduro substantively handled the contract. I looked at parts of it, such as reports, and gave my input in terms of making them perhaps more substantive than they were, in regards to the first contract.
Well, can we just deal with that then? I think tell me if I've got this wrong. So it was your then deputy, Ms. Smith-Maduro.
And other matters are related to the administration of the office. So this naturally fell within that portfolio.
Right. Well, can I just ask you to look at, if you look at bundle 4, it's on the other side of you. If you take.
Okay.
If you turn up, please, page 3182.
3182. Okay.
Now, this is the report that Mr. Skelton-Klein submitted towards the end of that first contract. You'll see that it's dated the 13th of September 2019. That's the covering letter. And if you turn through the pages, you'll see the report is headed as Status of Assignments to Grace Consulting Limited.
Okay.
Now, in your written response, you said that you had questioned the adequacy of the report in relation to this contract. Now, this is as far as we've been established, that this is the report. There was only one for that contract. What concerns did you have about it?
Not about this particular report. I think that particular inquiry was with regards to a submission of a report for payment. I did not review this report in that detail. So that comment did not pertain to this report.
So it was in relation to a request for payment?
Yes.
What concerns did you have about the request for payment then?
I just felt that it could be a bit more detail could have been provided to support the information that was there. And I think that was subsequently done.
Well, I mean, it's helpful to know that because one of the pieces of information that the Commission hasn't been provided with are invoices for that first contract. So, on its face, Mr. Skelton-Klein was going to be paid on a monthly basis, but the Commission hasn't seen any invoices for payments or any evidence that he was paid out.
Right.
I mean, can you give the Commissioner a little more detail about you say you asked for some more information to be included and that was provided. Was that more information to be included on a report?
More information in relation to the activities that was specified in the request for payment.
And can you remember anything? I appreciate a bit of time has gone, but
a long time ago, I really don't remember the details.
And was that the only thing you had to do then in relation to that first contract?
Yes.
And was the effect was summarized like this, that you received an invoice, you queried it on the basis that there was insufficient information on its face to justify payment. Information was provided and payment was made.
Well, sometimes reports come into the office. It happened to come into the mail file. I looked at it and thought it needed a bit more detail. I worked with the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Administration, gave her my suggestions, and we I don't have the records. You would have those records in the Premier's office in my email. There may be some correspondence there indicating that more information was required either from the Deputy Permanent Secretary or from myself.
But it was around payment rather than for work done rather than
Yes.
A status report.
Yes.
In terms of the second contract then, well, before I go on, do you have a copy of your written response with you?
I do.
You refer to giving input and guidance. This is in the paragraph that begins, I served as permanent secretary.
Mm-hmm.
So you say, I provided input and some guidance on matters related to improving the adequacy of the reports on Mr. Skelton's work before payments were approved.
We just spoke about that.
That's what you're referring to.
Yes.
And you say the adequacy of the reports, plural. Was there more than one report that you had to?
I only recall seeing one report.
Other than that, no involvement in that contract at all?
No,
Right.
not that I recall.
Okay. In relation to the second contract, which was for the which was the one that began on the 2nd of December 2019, you say that you were involved in negotiations with Mr. Selton Klein.
Yes.
Can you give the Commissioner some more detail about that? When did those negotiations start?
Well, the contract came up for renewal and I was asked to look at it. I did look at the contract and made certain suggestions to enhance the first contract. And those suggestions were discussed internally. Again, I worked with the Deputy Permanent Secretary since she was substantively handling the matter and gave my input to the contract document, and that was communicated to Mr. Klein.
Did you have any direct contact with Mr. Klein?
I may have had, he was in the office periodically, so I may have had an informal discussion with him, but not a sit-down detailed discussion.
You say when the contract came up for renewal, so far as you were aware, had there been any discussions about the contract before you joined the Premier's office?
No, I wasn't. The contract was approved by Cabinet for renewal, and we were just administering that decision.
Did you have any input in finalizing the contract before it went to Cabinet?
The contract, I looked at the contract, made certain recommendations and suggestions and amendments to it, presented it to Mr. Klein, but the contract did not remain with me. It was transferred to the Ministry of Finance for conclusion, so I don't know what the final contract looked like. I did not have a say in the final contract.
Well, what you say is, and we can look at the contracts in a moment, but what you say is that your involvement was with a view to improving the effectiveness of the first contract with regard to deliverables, reporting, regular meetings, project plans and timelines.
Sorry, I meant the second contract.
Right, to improving the effectiveness of the second contract.
Yes.
So we should read your paragraph, we should amend your paragraph 3 accordingly.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, yes. I mean, I think I understood what you meant anyway, Mr. Malone. You intended your suggestions to improve effectiveness over the effectiveness of the first contract, if that makes sense.
Well, as a consultant, I'm used to contracts, and I just apply some of that to the contract.
No, yes.
To make it more effective.
But your idea was that the amendments you suggested would make the second contract, in terms of deliverables, etc., more effective than the first contract appeared to be on its face. Is that fair?
Yes, that's right.
And that's I think,
Okay.
why you refer to the first
Right.
contract.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I mean, we'll come to look at it because Mr. Rowett will take you to it. But the appendix to the contract, which is where all of these things are set out.
Yes.
I mean, it is substantially different, and it's put it like this, in terms of deliverables, etc., harder edged than the first contract.
Right.
Well, I mean, we can look at them.
Yes.
Now. I think it's helpful to look at them now, Commissioner. I think you can put bundle 4 away, Mr. Malone, because you had no sight of that report. So bundle 8, please, which is the end is smaller.
Smaller bundle.
Turn up, go towards the back and turn up page 7532.
Okay.
Now that's the first contract. So 7532 is the first contract. If you turn through to 7542,
Okay.
you'll see, I hope, Appendix A,
Yes.
which sets out essentially the responsibilities of the consultant, in this case, Mr. Skelton-Klein, under
First contract.
under the first contract. If you put one finger there and then turn back to (7528).
Okay.
Now 7528 is the appendix to the third contract, but its terms.
Third contract. Okay.
Third contract, its terms are similar to the second contract, are the same, in fact, as the second contract. But the reason I've taken you there is because the copy of the second contract in the bundle lacks an Appendix A. We did receive one over the weekend, so we've been able to confirm yesterday that this is the same. So the Appendix A changed between contract 1 and contract 2, but remained the same for contract 3.
Okay.
And so you'll see that when you were, well, tell us if you didn't come across this, but the contract that you were involved in working on sets a number of requirements, but it includes at the top that the consultant has to identify and develop a portfolio of revenue generating initiatives, and secondly, be responsible for developing.
Sorry, where are you reading from?
From 7528.
Okay.
So that's the one that's the end contract that you would have had input into. You can compare the two, but the first contract didn't, for example, require or impose a requirement of delivering a minimum of 3 initiatives within a 12-month time frame that will generate a minimum of $5 million. Was when you were involved in negotiating to, as you say, improve the effectiveness of this contract, were you aware of that objective?
Yes, I think that was established by the Premier.
And in terms of when you say you refer in your written response to deliverables, improving the effectiveness of deliverables, what specifically did you have in mind?
Well, I think it was more in terms of having more specifics on the initiatives. So I believe, I recall that we had suggested that there should be a proposal for each initiative developed within a certain time so that the ministry would be aware of what the initiatives were within the time to allow for them to be developed. Yes.
So what the ministry wanted to see was a defined proposal with a defined timeline
For each initiative, yes.
Yes, so you wanted the consultant to be able to tell you this initiative will deliver within this time frame.
At least to set out what the initiative is in detail, and within that document that sets out what the initiative is, to give detail as to what deliverables and timeline for those.
So concrete facts were what were required.
Well, that's what I'm used to doing as a consultant, so I was just asking for the same thing.
And in terms of reporting, what were you looking to have?
We were asking for more regular reporting, I believe, on a monthly basis, and perhaps meetings as well to update on the various initiatives.
And you refer also to project plans and timelines. Does that take us back to the deliverables?
Yes, the project plan would be for each initiative, and within the project plan, there would be timelines for the deliverables related to that particular plan.
Now you appreciate that it's obviously some time ago, but in terms of the sort of requirements that we see there being imposed on Mr. Skelton Klein as a consultant, are other details familiar to you? For example, a requirement to conduct thorough market research, financial analysis, modelling and forecasting, and social impact assessment of proposed initiative.
Yes, I think those are requirements for this type of assignment. And I believe those were there from when I looked at the document.
Now you say it's a requirement for this type of assignment. The assignment is that of strategic advisor. Is that what you have in mind when you say this type of assignment?
No, I was looking at the assignment, which is to deliver 3 initiatives. I call those assignments. Perhaps it's a language.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So for a consultant, in your view, for a consultant to deliver 3 initiatives within a 12-month time frame that will generate a minimum of 5 million, in order to be able to do that and to give the kind of information to the ministry that it would need, that would require thorough market research. It would require financial analysis and modelling and forecasting.
I think so.
And so in terms of duties and responsibilities, is what's being set out there are the sort of steps that the ministry expected the consultant to take in order to come up with those initiatives?
I think it depends on the initiative. I think these are just things that, depending on the initiative, you'd want to use to produce a proper plan and to execute it.
Keep bundle 8 open, but if you could take up bundle 6, please. Okay. If you go to page 5432. If you look up, please, if you start off with page 5433,
Okay.
we're in a sequence of emails that appear to concern the negotiations around the terms of this second contract. So although the contract is set to start and does start on the 18th of September, we know it's not signed until the 2nd of December. But you'll see there that amongst the points that Mr. Skelton Klein has put out in an email to Ms. Smith-Maduro is at 4, Grace would not be able to conduct financial modelling for the rate of 12,000.
Sorry, what page are you on?
5433.
Oh, 5433. Sorry, on the wrong page. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
But this is it's an email from Mr. Skelton-Klein to Ms. Smith-Maduro relating to the draft contract that we're looking at. And at 4, Mr. Skelton-Klein says that Grace would not be able to conduct financial modelling for the rate of $12,000 a month. And what at 5432, when Ms. Smith-Maduro replies, and it's she received the email from Mr. Klein on the 18th of November, replies on the 28th of November, and she says, for example, we can agree to monthly reports, which is another point that he'd taken, that's monthly over weekly, but then says that some sort of financial modelling will be required. I can appreciate that it probably should not be a detailed financial modelling analysis, but you would need to indicate how the initiative is expected to be financially viable. Now, were you involved, firstly, were you aware of this particular email exchange?
I'm not copied on it. I'm not aware of it.
I appreciate you're not copied into it, but were you involved, aside from what you've told the Commission already, were you otherwise involved in negotiating the terms of the contract? Or was that between Ms. Smith-Maduro and Mr. Skelton-Klein?
I was not involved in these issues. I was not aware of these issues.
Right. But financial modelling had found its way into the draft contract, which had been sent to Mr. Skelton-Klein. And Smith-Maduro explains here that some sort of financial modelling will be required. Not necessarily detailed, but you would need to indicate how the initiative is expected to be financially viable. So that sort of fits into, I think, your general view of these sort of contracts. Is that right? I mean, it's...
Well, again, it depends on the initiative.
Yes.
That's why I thought it was important to have the initiatives defined. And depending on the initiative, you'll determine what level of these requirements are needed for each project.
No, that's perfectly fair and understandable. So it depends upon the nature of the proposal, really.
Exactly.
And within the proposal, you would have both a timeline for whatever is proposed,
Sure.
and then the delivery on the timeline,
right.
Which may, depending upon the proposal, include something like this.
May or may not need it. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
No, I understand. Thank you very much.
Would you have seen the final version of the contract?
I have not.
This is also something which may have been outside your remit, but the contract, and I raise it now because on page 5433, Mr. Skelton-Klein said that the name, that's the contractor, is Grace Centre. But in fact, in his evidence yesterday, he said that although that's the name on the contract,
right.
I think it's Grace Centre or Grace Consultancy on each of the 3 contracts.
Okay.
It was a limited company that he was trading through, so the contracting party was in fact a limited company.
Okay.
You may not know anything about that if you weren't involved in the
not.
detail. No, thank you.
And was your understanding that what was being done was a renewal of a contract rather than a new contract with the same consultant but to do different things?
Well, my understanding is it was a new contract because the nature of the assignment is very different than the previous contract.
If we can put that bundle away, Mr. Malone.
Number 8 or
Number 6 we can put away. Tells us the contracts. If you pick up now bundle 2.
A lot of dead trees here, Mr.
So Fees versus lawyers, Mr. Malone.
Yes, yes.
If you go please to page 1216.
1216. 1216 in bundle 2.
2, yes, please.
It only goes up to 1062.
Not that bundle 2.
Oh,
Put that bundle 2 to one side. We're sticking to the bundles on the shelves.
oh, these, okay. All right. What's the page number again?
1216, please.
1216. Okay.
The 1216 is a memorandum from the Financial Secretary dated the 22nd of November 2019 to you as Permanent Secretary. And what it sort of indicates that Ms. Smith-Maduro's email to Mr. Skelton-Klein, which was sent on the 28th of November, has been overtaken by events in that on the 22nd of November, the Cabinet agreed the contract. But if I draw your attention to D, it says that though the deliverables being sought are functions under the remit of the Ministry of Finance, and in this regard, even though the consultant will be reporting to the Premier, copies of reports should be furnished to the Financial Secretary. So in terms of reporting lines for the consultant, was your understanding that Mr. Skelton-Klein was reporting to you as Permanent Secretary in the Premier's office, or to the Financial Secretary as his Permanent Secretary when he's Minister of Finance?
It was my understanding that for the second contract, the report was to the Financial Secretary.
So in terms of monitoring performance of that contract, whose desk would that land on?
It should be the same person who is being reported to.
So if the line of reporting is to a Permanent Secretary, or in this case, Financial Secretary,
Yes.
it should be the Financial Secretary that carries the burden of monitoring performance.
Yes, I would think so, yes.
Then in terms of the role of the Premier's office, what did you understand that to be on that second contract?
Well, both the Financial Secretary and the Permanent Secretary report to the Premier. So either way, the Premier is the responsible minister. It wasn't clear to me what the role of the Premier's office was in the second contract. But again, after I prepared the draft contract, I had no involvement in the process after that. So I really couldn't give you a clear answer as to what the role of the Premier's office remained after the contract was moved to the Ministry of Finance.
If we go back to bundle 6, please.
Bundle 6. Okay.
And that's bundle, I think we're to bundle 2.
Bundle 8.
5449.
5449. Okay.
We can start off, it's against a sequence of emails, but we can, if we start off with 5450 over leaf.
5440.
What you have is that Mr. Skelton-Klein on the 14th of January 2020, so we're into the second contract, sends an invoice and sends it to Ms. Smith-Maduro. And I think the answer for that is because money was coming.
Sorry, what page are you on?
5450.
5450.
So an email there where an invoice is being submitted to the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ms. Smith-Maduro, for processing. So what it seems to be is that reporting, the line of reporting is to the Financial Secretary, but payment seems to be made by the Premier's office.
Okay.
But if we go over, because you're copied into that email, at 5449, you say, I take it, at the bottom, I take it reporting requirements have been met as stipulated in the consulting agreement. And Mr. Skelton-Klein confirms they are being met. And then you then forward an email, the email to Smith-Maduro and Mr. Forbes, who is then Financial Secretary, and you ask, are we satisfied? You write both, are we satisfied? Can you help the Commissioner at all with the circumstances in which you were raising a query over reporting?
January 21st. January. Okay, sorry, what is the question now?
Well, it was to ask for assistance, really. Firstly, can you remember why you raised a query over reporting requirements?
I think at that stage, as I mentioned before, the agreement was moved to the Ministry of Finance. And it would naturally assume that reporting will be to the Ministry of Finance. Again, I just need to remind you that I was not involved in great detail in this particular project. The Deputy EPS was substantively handling it. So I relied on her and her guidance in moving the matter forward. I may have raised the issue regarding reporting requirements because of what I mentioned before, that the contract was not concluded under my responsibility. So I assumed that it was Ministry of Finance's responsibility for reporting.
In terms of reporting lines, things do become at least hypothetically complicated by the fact that the Premier and the Minister of Finance is the same person. But it seems from the documents we've looked at that the money was coming from, the money was being charged to the Premier's Policy Planning Administration, that head of, that accounting head. So that's where the money was coming from. But the reporting line was in fact the Financial Secretary. So is this right? Just leaving really this particular contract aside, in those circumstances, would any invoice really have to go, would have to be approved in one way or another by both the Premier's office and the Financial Secretary?
Yes.
I mean, in effect, I mean, and it may be done in a number of different ways, but both would have to approve it, I assume, actually to get payment out of the accounting.
Yes, I would think that both have some responsibility.
Yes. So that may explain why there was this this communication between.
And it may be difficult to move money from one to the next. So
yes.
But other than the points that the Commissioners raised with you, was there any reason for you to raise an issue about compliance with reporting requirements?
Again, because of the movement of the contract from one ministry to the other for finalization, it was just a natural question as to who is going to be responsible for reporting.
You raise a question, are we satisfied? We haven't been provided the answer. Can you remember at all whether there was any further issues raised in relation to frequency of reporting?
I don't recall any.
If you turn, you can put that bundle away now, Mr. Malone, I hope.
Put away number 8 and number 6.
Number 6.
Okay.
You should have still with you bundle 2, and you should be open. It should be open at page 1217.
1217, yes.
Yes. If you turn through to 1224, please.
1224.
Now, this is the second report that Mr. Skelton Klein, as the consultant, provided to government. The first one under the second contract, and it's dated January the 22nd, 2020. Okay. You'll see that at 1226. And you'll note that on his reports, Mr. Skelton Klein is referring to Grace Consulting Limited,
yes,
rather than Grace Centre, which is who the contract was said to be with. But if you then go through to from 1227, 1227 is his table of contents, where he sets out under different headings work done in relation to different initiatives.
yes.
Now, drawing on your experience of consultant, which informed how you thought the contract should be structured, looking at this, is this the sort of analysis that you were expecting? You said that one has to have tasked with an initiative. You should be giving timelines. You should be giving some sense of project plans. You should be giving some financial analysis. Does that accord with the sort of layout that you anticipated?
I haven't had a chance to look at this, Commissioner, but I did say before, it depends on the nature of the project, if those requirements are all necessary. So it depends on the project.
Well, but if the ministry or if government is putting into the contract a reference to financial analysis, modelling, thorough market research,
Right.
Can the commissioner assume that it was anticipated by government that those are the sort of duties and responsibilities that the consultant would have to engage in?
If they were relevant to the particular project.
And at the time the contract was signed, as far as you were aware, did you know what projects were being allocated to the consultant?
I did not.
Now, put that one to one side and take up bundle 3, please. 6. And turn up page 2814.
14.
Yeah. Again, we're back into email correspondence.
Okay.
So taking it from the bottom.
Which page? I'm sorry.
At 2814.
2814, okay.
So we see that Mr. Forbes has sent a document to, and this is an email sent 24th of January 2020. Please see the attached document. This is to Ms. Smith-Maduro. Please see the attached document which signals my approval to pay the consultant. His report is duly submitted for your records. Now, that would appear to be the report that we just looked at.
Okay.
Then, and you are, I think you're copied into that, but then Ms. Smith-Maduro replies on the same day, copying you in. Thanks, FS. I've had a quick glimpse through the report and I have some concerns I would like to discuss in person with you and my PS at your earliest. My concern should not stop this payment. There may need to be some adjustments to Mr. Skelton's reported deliverables moving forward. And if you turn over leaf 2813, Mr. Forbes now, and this is on the 6th of March, replies that with apologies for not organising the suggested meeting sooner, and then suggests a meeting on the 11th of March, to which Ms. Smith-Maduro says she can be available. Now, before I ask you any questions about that, can you turn up 2818, please, Mr. Malone?
2818. Okay.
Now, this is part of the same sort of email chain, but you interpose at an earlier point in the chain on the 7th of March, 2020. You say, FS, I still think we need to have the meeting requested by DS Maduro as this matter needs addressing, as it presents exposures for all concerned. What did you mean by presents exposures for all concerned?
Long time, Mr. I believe what I was referring to was the same matter I may have mentioned before regarding the level of detail in the report, which is what I think is the issue that the Deputy Secretary raised. When she said, I have some concerns, haven't glimpsed the report. Probably lack of detail in the report, not substantive enough for the matters that are being addressed.
To your recollection, was a meeting held?
This is around my departure. I departed on the 9th of March. I don't recall a meeting being held, no.
Did you, aside from aside from emphasizing the need for the meeting, did you raise any concerns relating to the report with anybody else?
No, and I think I gather from this that the DS would have raised the matter with me, having looked through the report, and I would have corroborated with her concern, but the meeting never happened.
Because the meeting, as far as it wouldn't have happened, because that was the end of your contract.
Was gone, yes.
So during the currency of that second contract, which obviously extended beyond your time as permanent secretary, did you have any other kind of involvement with managing the contract?
None.
Did you have any other kind of contact with Mr. Skelton-Klein in relation to performance under the contract?
I think there may be some communication in the email that I would have communicated mainly on negotiating the contract. As I said, I can't recall all the details, but if they were concerned about the report, they may have been communicated by the DS rather than myself, because I simply could not take on the full responsibility of administering the contract given the portfolio in the ministry.
So that fell within the scope of the work that the Deputy Secretary is being asked to do. Give me one moment, please, Mr. Malone. Can I take you back to file 8, please?
File 8.
Yes. It's the smaller file that's probably sitting on.
File 3. Can you put this away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you turn up again now, 7532, please.
7532. Okay.
If you go through to 7534, please.
Okay.
And this is drawing on your experience as a consultant. You'll see that at 3.4, it says there the consultant will have a total of 15 days leave and will recognise bank holidays observed in the British Virgin Islands. Is that common as a clause in a consultant contract?
No, I've never had it in mind.
You've never been allowed 15 days leave?
No.
And if you go over to 3.5, the consultant is entitled to a tax-free gratuity of 5% of gross salary upon satisfactory completion of the contract. Now, do you recall if at the end of that first contract, Mr. Skelton-Klein did claim a tax-free gratuity?
I don't recall. The DS will have handled that. That's a matter that between the DS and the accounts officer.
Well, did you have any involvement, to your recollection, during that first contract? I appreciate you arrived and it was already set up, but
the only involvement I had is what I mentioned before with regards to payment and the report that was submitted for that.
Thank you. If you give me a moment, please. One last matter, if you can help us with this. The evidence suggests that moving from contract 1 to contract 2, there was no gap. And so you arrived on it in, I think it's March 2019. The first contract was ongoing.
I arrived in September.
September, sorry, I'm getting my dates mixed up. So you arrived towards the end of the first contract.
Yes.
And which finished on the 17th of September. The second contract was due to, and did start on the 18th of September, but it was only signed on the 2nd of December.
Okay.
So it was authorized, the contract specifies that it starts on the 18th of September.
Right.
It was authorized by Cabinet on the 22nd of November. It was signed on the 2nd of December. The money, as you canvassed with the Commissioner for the second contract, was paid out of a budget head under the Premier's office.
Okay.
How was the Premier's office able to pay out on the consultant's invoices for September, October and November if Cabinet had not yet authorised the contract?
I don't think I can answer that question. I don't understand.
Well, Cabinet doesn't authorise the contract until November 2019.
Okay.
but Mr. Skelton Klein has already started working under the contract as from the 18th of September.
Well, I think sometimes contracts are issued retroactively. If there's an understanding that the contract will be renewed, it can be issued retroactively.
Accept that, and that is what Mr. Skelton Klein explained yesterday as to the difference in dates. So he's, but just trying to understand the mechanism by which you can pay a consultant, any consultant, for work that is being done under contract that has not yet been authorized.
There has to be some understanding between the consultant and the person issuing the contract that the contract will be issued and it will be retroactive.
To allow the because the consultant will want the comfort of knowing that if they're going to work for 2 months, they'll get paid for it at the end.
Well, yeah, I would.
And how does that work from the Accountant General's point of view?
I don't know.
But as permanent secretary, can you authorize a payment to be made to someone, even if you haven't yet got them locked into a
payment
contract?
without a contract. If the contract stipulates that the work began at a certain time, you can pay from the time that the contract stipulates the work began.
So in December, when the second contract was signed, it had retrospective effect to this extent that it would have enabled authorization for the payments for September, October and November to be made.
That would be my understanding.
Yes, no, I understand. Because then there would be a contract and it would cover the period September to December. And therefore that was enough to authorize the Accountant General to pay.
Well, Commissioner, I would imagine that there would be some understanding that there will be a contract, but because of the bureaucracy works, the paperwork may not be on.
No, exactly. So there may be an understanding that, that the individual is going to be paid for this work one way or another. But in terms of actually doing the paperwork to get the payment made, that might have to wait until December when there's a contract. And then the contract will be the authorization for payments for the work that's already been done.
Right. The contract cannot issue payments until it's officially approved.
Exactly. Right. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner, I've reached the end of my questions. Can I conclude by thanking Mr. Malone for coming this morning to give evidence to the Commission and also for the way in which he has done so? Thank you.
Yes. Can I echo that? Thank you, Mr. Malone. Both for your time and also the way in which you've given your evidence, which has been very clear and very helpful.
Okay.
Good. Mr. Rowett.
Perhaps if I could ask you just to rise briefly so we can reset the room, and also that will give Mr. Kasdan a break.
Yes.
Thank you.
This number
Good, thank you, Mr. Robert. We're ready to resume.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next witness is Mrs. Elvia Smith-Maduro. Mrs. Smith-Maduro, thank you for coming to give evidence this morning. I understand you are going to make an affirmation.
Yes,
Do you have the words of the affirmation with you?
I do.
Could you read those out now, please?
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Can we go through some formalities? Could I ask you to confirm your full name for the Commissioner?
Elvia Smith-Maduro,
And your professional address?
Premier's office, 2nd floor, Cutlass Tower.
I think you will see that both to your left and your right, there are some bundles. We will need to look at some documents in those bundles as we go through your evidence. I'm afraid to say that we may be having to open more than one bundle at once, but we'll try and work our way through. Can I ask you just please to try and keep your voice up? The microphone in front of you won't amplify, it records. So it's important that the stenographer can hear you clearly so that we can have an accurate record of your evidence today. Again, if we can start with a little bit of background, please. Could you give the Commissioner an outline of your career in public service?
Well, I started in the public service in 1996 and started as a administrative cadet, worked my way up, finance officer, assistant secretary, and now deputy secretary.
And as Deputy Secretary in the Premier's office, there have been occasions when you've acted as permanent secretary, is that right?
There have been.
And is it right that in March of 2019, you were acting permanent secretary in the Premier's office?
That is correct.
And did that continue for the period until Mr. Kedrick Malone came on a contract to take up the position of permanent secretary?
That continued until about August 2019.
Mr. Malone has just given evidence, and he said that he had a short contract and then he left. And who took over the role of permanent secretary after him?
Would be the current permanent secretary now, Mrs. Carolyn O'Neill Morton.
Thank you. Now, the topic on which the Commissioner has asked you to attend to assist, it arises in relation to consultancy contracts that were awarded to Claude Skelton-Klein. You may be aware that Mr. Skelton-Klein gave evidence to the Commissioner yesterday.
I'm aware.
But he was called as a result of the evidence that the Commission has gathered, in particular documentary evidence from government bodies. But on the basis of that evidence, the Commissioner directed that you be sent what we call a warning letter, which just sets out potential criticisms. Such letters have historically been described as salmon letters. They are confidential. The letter to you has not been published, but the purpose of it is to bring to your attention or to notify you of potential criticisms that arise from the evidence, so that you can have an opportunity to respond. They are, as I've said to others, just potential criticisms. They do not form either the provisional or concluded view of the Commissioner. Now, in response to that letter, you have produced a written response. Can I confirm that you have copies of that written response with you?
Yes.
Can you confirm that the first one was dated the 1st of October 2021 and carries your signature?
Yes.
And you have today, 5th of October, also submitted a supplementary response which corrects a point that you made at paragraph 12 of your written response. Is that right?
Correct.
And that carries your signature as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Can I ask Mrs. Smith-Maduro, are you content that those two documents should stand as part of your evidence before the Commissioner?
I am content.
What I'd like to do is, I'm not going to read out every detail of the warning letter, and I'm not going to read out the whole of your written response. What I'd like to do is just take you through some parts of it and ask you some additional questions, if I may. Taking you to the first one, you explain that in March or early March 2019, you were asked by the Premier to liaise with Mr. Skelton-Klein in relation to a contract. Can you give the Commissioner, if you know, any further detail as to how Mr. Skelton-Klein contacted the Premier?
I am not aware of how he contacted the Premier. I was just advised that by the Premier that Mr. Klein would more than likely make contact with me to submit a proposal for services that he feels he can lend to the government.
If you take up bundle 3, please, from the shelf. And you turn up page 2647, please. What you should have is an email from Mr. Skelton-Klein to you, dated March the 8th, 2019. Do you see that?
I see it.
And what he's saying is this is, he attaches an example document, which we can see at page 2643.
26. Repeat that page
2643.
Number? 2643.
And it's headed Strategic Advisory Agreement, and sets out that the advisor has experience in strategic planning, political advice, overall business development in the British Virgin Islands and internationally. And then sets out various duties. Now, this was the document submitted by Mr. Skelton-Klein. When you refer in your response to a written proposal from him, is this the document that you're referring to?
This is a document I'm referring to.
And is that the only document that you received from Mr. Skelton-Klein in terms of a proposal?
In terms of the services that he was offering, this is the only document that I have in my records of receiving from him.
He had put the term of the contract, or he'd proposed a 4-year term. If you turn through to page 2649, Mr. Skelton-Klein suggests an effective date of March 14th, and then at 2651, at the very bottom there, he makes the point that the remuneration would be $196,000. I say that's on an annual basis. Is that your understanding?
Not immediately. I had to seek clarity from him, whether he was referring to for the 4 years or whether it was annually.
And when you sought that clarity, what was the answer?
He indicated it was annually.
Now you then, and we see this at 2653, having explained to Mr. Skelton-Klein that any proposal he submitted, you'd have to put into the standard contract format for government.
Yes.
You then sent him on the 14th of March a attached draft contract asking him for feedback.
Yes.
So you could get the Premier to sign off on it. Now, obviously, things are moving relatively quickly. He contacts you on the 8th of March, and you then have sent him a draft contract by the 14th. Between that time, between those two dates, did you have any discussions with anyone as to what the role would involve?
Yes, I did advise the Premier that I had received his proposal. I would have discussed his proposal with the Premier, and the Premier would have given me his thoughts on it in terms of the specific areas that he wanted him to pay attention to. He did say that he did not agree, and so neither did I agree to the amount that he was given, he wanted in terms of, thought it was a bit too high, but he would try him out for a short period to determine whether or not it would be a viable working relationship on a more long-term basis. So he advised me to give him a 6 months contract with in some specific areas where he thought would be some quick wins and some quick gains that he would possibly be able to deliver within 6 months. And that is what the draft contract would have reflected. Safe to say that we inadvertently used the wrong contract template.
That's a point you make in your written response. Now, I'll show you the contract template in a moment, and you can perhaps draw the Commissioner's attention to where that occurred. But before you, as part of sort of that process of getting to a point where you're starting to negotiate a contract with a consultant, you've received a written proposal, but do you do any due diligence to see whether that person is suitable for the role?
Based on my discussions with the Premier, my understanding was that he was going to be the Premier's personal advisor. And so being a personal advisor, it would be difficult to tender such a project, a position like that, because the Premier has to be satisfied with this person. He has to have a certain comfort level with this person. So this is not something that would normally be tendered for, because it is so personal to the Premier or the Minister who the person is going to serve.
That's a point we may need to come back to, but I was trying to take you to the point where even before you've signed the first contract, you've obviously received a written proposal. You've had a discussion with the Premier in terms of what the Premier is willing to agree to contractually. But is it routine to do any other kind of research on someone to see whether they are a suitable person for the role?
Well, his proposal gave us some indication of his qualification. Also, we are aware, we all live in a very small community, and we are aware that was a candidate in the 2011, I believe, elections. So we know he had that political knowledge and affiliation. We know that he was previously hired, having not been successful during that election cycle. He was actually hired on a consultancy basis as a special advisor in the then Ministry of Communications and Works. He also went on to be the managing director of the BVI Ports Authority for a period of time, and those duties he would have been responsible for not only the overall operations of the ports, including staffing and the workflow and the business side of the Ports Authority, but he would have also been the person supervising and managing, overseeing the development of the Tortola Pier Park. So from that knowledge of his experience, we thought, the Premier thought, and I agreed, that it was worth giving him an opportunity to see what he could deliver.
Were you aware that in the role that you've spoken of Mr. Skelton-Klein's previous role as a consultant in a previous administration, were you aware that had come under the scrutiny of the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Assembly?
I was not aware. I was aware that there was a report on the Pier Park by the Public Accounts Committee, but that I was not aware of the contents of that report.
So in terms of if that report said anything critical about Mr. Skelton-Klein, that was not something brought to your attention?
It was not something that I had sight of.
One of the matters that we canvassed with Mr. Skelton-Klein was his involvement in the Virgin Islands Neighbourhood Partnership Project. Was that something that you were aware of?
I am aware of his involvement in that project, yes.
Were you aware of a critical report relating to his involvement in that project?
I was not aware of a report on that project.
I mean, you say it's a small community, but when you're recruiting for this sort of role, and you've explained why it's not a role that can be tendered, do you do internet research on people?
Not necessarily, unless it's somebody that we are not very much familiar with. So if it's somebody coming from the outside, we may do, that may happen, but somebody within the community who you see every day, more than likely not.
But I mean, if in this case, would it have been useful, do you think, to have done internet research to see if there was anything critical said about the person you were wanting to appoint?
Well, again, it was a personal choice of the Premier, and it's, we are guided by his personal choice in a role like that. And given his track record of his performance at the Ports Authority, that is, and we know that he was very much involved in the political scene prior. That is the knowledge we drew on. Having not been privy to any negative reports, we went by what we knew.
And when you say we, who else in the sort of public?
Well, when I say we, I am guided by the Premier. And again, it's his personal choice.
Because this was the sort of appointment where the personal choice of the minister concerned is a very important thing.
Yes, it is. As a personal assistant advisor, it is personal to the Premier.
Can I ask you just to pull up bundle 8? I think it's a smaller bundle at the end. If you go towards the end of the bundle, turn up page 7532, please.
Yes.
Now, this was the first contract. It was a petty contract, and this would have been the contract that you would have drawn up. If you turn through Mrs. Smith-Maduro, if you go to 7540, we see that it's the 7540 is the page on which you've signed on behalf of the Premier's office and on behalf of the government.
Yes.
We've had evidence that certainly in this administration, the Premier signs all contracts. Is there a distinction between petty contracts and major contracts in terms of who can sign?
At the time this was executed, he had not put that policy in place as yet. This was very early in the administration, so.
And so that policy then came in subsequently?
It would have come subsequently.
I'm sorry, Frett, just so that I'm clear, I think I am. So at the time you signed this, it was the policy or the convention that PSs signed petty contracts.
They were allowed.
Yes, thank you.
If we look, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, at the details of the contract, so the contract is signed, and this is at page 7533. It's signed on the 27th of March 2019, but it's set to run for 6 months, but starting 2 days earlier on the 20th of March 2019. There is a monthly salary of $16,330 together with expenditure in terms of telephone and other reasonable expenses of $350 a month, and then thereafter the government contracts to reimburse the consultant for all agreed travel and accommodation expenses. Now, the point I think you were making earlier arises at 7535, clause 3.5, because on that, what the contract entitles Mr. Skelton-Klein to is a tax-free gratuity of 5% of his gross salary upon satisfactory completion of the contract. Now, in your written response, you'd explained that that's the template error, and that clause shouldn't have been in this contract.
It should not have been.
But it was. I think initially your researchers had indicated that Mr. Skelton-Klein hadn't actually claimed the gratuity, or in fact that you'd spoken to him and he'd agreed not to claim it. Is that right?
Well, no, he had agreed. When we realized that we had in fact used the wrong template, I think his contract may have already been completed, expired. But I would have spoken to him. I think it might have been some time of either expired or coming very close to expire. And I recall having a very in-depth discussion with him to let him know that unfortunately we had used the wrong template. The gratuity should not be in it. So, as he was not entitled as a consultant, we had used an employee contract template in error. If he was successful in getting any future contracts from the government, it would be removed. And he agreed. I did make attempts to, try to get him to forego claiming it, but I was not successful at that attempt.
Okay.
Those attempts.
No, that's very helpful. Thanks. So the template that was used was an employee template.
It was an employee template.
That may, for example, explain paragraph 3.4, which is on 7534, the previous page. It gives him 15 days leave,
right,
and bank holidays, which is an employee.
Right. Correct.
But so the gratuity was as it were accidentally left in.
It was accidentally left in, and I must say,
sorry, go on.
And I must say, from that experience, And, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. And so from that experience, we have since adopted having the Attorney General vet all our contracts before we sign them, just to make sure that we don't, you know, have anything in there that should not be in there, and we don't miss important clauses such as those.
Okay, but I mean, this was left in accidentally, and then after the 6 months had run, I think you had a conversation with Mr. Skelton Klein, said this had been left in accidentally.
Yes,
It would not be in future contracts.
it would not be in
And in
future
relation to
contracts.
this, you had a lengthy conversation with him, trying, I think, to persuade him not to claim it, but he claimed it, and
But
it
he
was
claimed
paid.
it, yeah, and it was paid.
Is that a fair summary?
He claimed it and it was paid.
Yes, thank you very much.
But the effect of Mr. Skelton Klein claiming the gratuity and the size of the contract was that the total value of the contract was $102,879.
The effect of him claiming the gratuity did put the contract over the petty contract limit.
But in fact, it wasn't his claiming it, because under 3.5 on its face,
Right.
he was entitled to it.
Correct, and that was his response. You know, I signed a contract, it's in there, I want what I want to be paid as per the terms of the contract.
I think Mr. Rowett's point is that this was a major contract from the outset, because the entitlement of Mr. Skelton Klein on the face of the contract from the outset was more than $100,000.
And what I would say to that, again, it was never intended to be there. It was a gross oversight on our part. We never intended for the contract to go over the 100,000.
So it was treated as a petty contract.
So it was treated squarely as a petty contract.
And just in terms of where the line is between petty contract and major contract, what you also allow is for claims of $350 per month in expenses, plus any additional expenses that are agreed.
Mhm.
Now, those could also take you over the petty contract limit. Are expenses ever considered as part of the contract value when deciding whether something's going to be a petty contract or a major contract?
Well, because it's very difficult to determine what those expenses might be. So for instance, if the premier asked him or would have asked him to travel on his behalf to attend a meeting or anything, then he would have to, that would have to be agreed prior. He couldn't just do it on his own. So these would have been things that we would have to be pre-agreed before he incurs them.
So you don't treat them as part of the contract price?
No.
Can you help us with another detail, please, which is who you actually contracted with? Hopefully I'll explain this in a moment, but if you go to 7544,
I'll take you out of your any questions, but just to go back half a step, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, we've already looked at the proposal that was sent in by Mr. Skelton Klein, the original proposal, which you then redrafted and so on. The original proposal from him was a contract between obviously the BVIG and Claude Skelton Klein as an individual. Mr. Claude Skelton Klein was the contracting party in the draft agreement that he sent you as a proposal.
Mhm.
Okay, that might be the starting point.
yeah, and the contract that you sign, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, is between Grace Consulting and the government of the Virgin Islands. When you look at the certificates of good standing, which start at 7544, they refer to Claude O. Klein, DBA Grace Centre. So you have one from the Inland Revenue, dated the 28th of March 2019. You then have a letter dated the 28th of March 2019 from the Social Security Board explaining they can't issue a certificate to Grace Centre because the business relationship with the board is recent. You then have one again saying Klein, Claude O, DBA, Grace Centre is in good standing. Those are all, that's dated March the 28th. And then it's 7547, you have a trade license, again for DBA Grace Centre. So first question is why was the contract with Grace Consulting when the certificates of good standing were from Grace Centre?
That may have been a textual error.
Could one reason be and that the certificates of good standing are all dated the 28th of March 2019, which is the day after the contract is actually signed?
Well, we would have asked him, you know, how does he want the contract to be issued? And if Grace, by the fact that we have Grace Consulting, he would have communicated to us Grace Consulting. No, you also need to understand that when persons apply for certificates of good standing, they're normally told, you know, they pay and they're told it will take about 3 days to produce. Sometimes for various reasons, that does not always happen. And there is a case where we would have done all the paperwork, documentation, and set an appointment with the person to come in to sign the contract. But when they go to Inland Revenue or Social Security or what have you, the certificates are not ready. I recall at the time when he came to sign the contract, he said that the certificates were not ready. He was told to come back tomorrow. So it was really a judgment call. Do I allow him to go away and come back? Or do I just let him sign the contract and he brings them in when they're ready? This is a common thing that happens all the time with government departments. You don't always get things back when they say that they will give them, that they will be ready for various reasons, whether it's their workload, understaff, or what have you. But we did say to him that, okay, we'll allow you to sign since you're already here. We already set the appointment. We told you to come and you came. We can't do anything about the fact that, you know, they're not ready when they said they would be ready, but just be mindful. And we did say this to him, you will not be paid until we get these certificates of good standing.
And the certificates are in respect of Mr. Skelton Klein as a DBA of whatever.
Yes.
And was, I mean, the contract is in the name of Grace Consulting. The invoices are headed Grace Counselling and Consultancy Centre, but ask for all checks should be payable to Grace Centre, and I assume that that's what the check said. Was it intended that all of these were really Mr. Skelton Klein?
That was our understanding, that all of these were Mr. Skelton Klein.
So I mean, in that sense, it didn't matter because it was him you wanted a certificate of good standing from, and it was him in respect of you wanted a trade license.
In respect of him, yes.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Whether he's doing business as Grace Consulting or Grace Centre, it's in respect to him.
Yes.
The other slight pickle is that when he gave evidence yesterday, Mr. Skelton Klein sort of said, well, you know, that what the contract should have been with is Grace Consulting Limited or Grace Limited, but that he didn't have a DBA, he had a limited company. Was that something that you were aware of at the time?
No, we would have been going by what he would have told us and initially, which was Grace Consulting, because we would ask, you know, how is your trade license? Is it in your name, or is it in a company's name doing business as? And he said Grace Consulting, and this is how we drafted the contract.
And also the certificates when they came were in his personal name, albeit in.
Right, doing business as.
Yes, okay.
In terms of the
And that's common for trade licenses.
Yes, yes.
that it's in someone's.
And for trade licenses in the BVI, it's common to say Claude Skelton Klein doing business as ABC, or even Elvia Smith-Maduro doing business as. That's just a standard way contract trade licenses are written in the BVI.
Yes, thank you.
If you turn please to 7542. That sets out the sort of responsibilities of what's said to be the role, and it's described as strategic advisors, and there are specific areas of focus identified and then duties and responsibilities identified. Now you say of this that the areas that you had consulted the Premier, and he described some of the areas in which Mr. Skelton Klein was to advise him and the tasks he would undertake. These are broadly set out in the contract. Just clarify, please, what do you mean by broadly?
Where are you?
Page 7542.
Mm-hmm.
That's what went into the contract in terms of what Mr. Skelton Klein was required to do. I've cross-referred that to your response, the written response you've provided to Commissioner, where you say that the areas that the Premier indicated to you, I'll read it out, but what you say at your paragraph 4 is, I understood this to be a proposal that Mr. Skelton Klein be appointed as a personal advisor to the Premier on economic development policy. I consulted the Premier and he confirmed that to be the case. He also described some of the areas in which Mr. Skelton Klein was to advise him and the tasks he would undertake. These are broadly set out in the contract. And it was just asking for some more clarification as to what you mean by broadly set out.
Well, the specific areas of focus for the 6 months contractual period, as I said, it was the Premier's attempt to give him a trial. This was his trial run to see how he performs. So in addition to these areas that are listed here, the Premier could have assigned him additional duties that may not have been necessarily specified in here based on his performance, based on his satisfaction of how he was delivering the services that we had outlined here.
You also refer to a government press release dated 15th of April 2019. Mm-hmm. You'll find that in the that lever arch file to your right, the large one.
Volume 2 or 1?
Volume 2, which is the larger one. So it's headed Additional Bundle Volume 2. If we go to the very back, page 1062. This is the press release announced, which says, headed Government Engages. I'll wait till you catch up. Thank you. So this is the Mr. Smith-Maduro, the press release to which you refer. 15th of April 2019, headed Government Engages Consultant for Crucial Development Goals. So in terms of areas on which the consultant, Mr. Skelton Klein, was to focus, what does the press release add to what's in the contract?
There's the bit on the small business development that isn't specifically spelled out in the contract. That's the climate change is there, and the renewable energy is there. So the what I do see is the small business development bit that wasn't necessarily in Appendix A of the contract.
I think if you look at Appendix A under Jobs Programme, there's reference to 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, and it ends including assistance on small business development.
Yes, that is there.
So you can cross-refer to between the press release and the appendix to see. But I suppose my question was directed to whether there was anything additional in the press release as to additional sort of areas for Mr. Skelton-Klein to focus on that hadn't made its way to the contract.
Based on the press release that I'm looking here, and based on the contract, it basically sets out what's in the contract.
See, was consideration, I mean, the contract is sent 27th of March, and this is the 15th of April. Was consideration given to the need whether to amend the contract to add more areas for Mr. Skelton-Klein to focus on?
Again, this is the Premier's personal strategic advisor. There may be assignments that the Premier may give him that were not in the his initial remit in the contract, and that is not something unusual.
But I mean, the reason that I ask is because the contract specifically says no amendment or modification of this agreement shall be valid or binding on any party unless it's made in writing and signed by the parties hereto, and specifies the date on which such amendment shall come into operation. So that appears to envisage that if there is a variation of the contract, both parties have to agree and it has to be in writing and become part of the agreement. But you seem to be saying that a Premier or a minister can just add to the task list, if you like, of a consultant because they have been designated a special advisor.
What I am saying is based on the development of the relationship that the Premier has with his personal advisor, there may be add-on things coming out of the, for instance, coming out of the youth empowerment and the 1,000 job, 1,000 days. In terms of putting that together, developing that, there may be other areas that may pop up that may fit into that. For instance, when we looked at empowering youths, there was a youth development program where youths were trained to enter into the job market, and he would have spearhead and work very closely with various government agencies, including the college, to put that training on. So those are some of the things, when I say broadly, these are some of the things that may pop up as you begin to implement. Things will begin to come up, and so you will implement those. So they may not all be spelled out specifically in the contract, but things will come up as a result of implementing. You may have to shift a focus here or there based on an obstacle or based on something else that arises. So when I say broadly, it's not necessarily that we're going to stick to this hard and fast, because yes, he has to deliver these, but coming out of delivering 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, as you begin to implement, you may find that it takes you down another path. He was very instrumental, and we were well on our way before COVID hit and put an end to that, in talking to the cruise lines in terms of what would be the possibility of getting some of our young people to work on cruise ships, to give them that experience as part of the marine training facility. So again, these are some of, when I say broadly, these are some of the areas you may find yourself venturing into, or things that may pop up from time to time.
I mean, in Appendix A, although it's over the page, there's a bullet point. These are bullet points of duties and responsibilities. So it's on page 7543, and that's acting as key advisor to the Premier on critical changes in the political and external business environment that might impact current and future initiatives. So what you're saying, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, is it comes as no surprise. It would come as no surprise if the Premier had added items to the list on the previous page, or given Mr. Skelton-Klein other work to do as his personal strategic advisor.
It is nothing unusual.
No, thank you.
One of the documents that you provided along with your written response is a draft of the press release, and we see that in the same bundle at 752. 782. The bundle, the additional bundle,
Oh right, yeah.
7582.
Sorry, 782.
I think if you're looking at anything with 4 digits, that may be the wrong bundle, Mrs.
Yes.
Smith-Maduro, because I got the wrong bundle.
It's in the larger leverage file, Mrs. Smith-Maduro.
This one?
Yes. So what came with your written response was a large leverage file and a small one. I'm going to call them the additional bundles.
Right.
Now, this was not the final draft, but it's been provided, and it seems to be a draft on which Mr. Skelton-Klein made some comments. And if we look at how it ends, it concludes the value of the consultancy is $98,000, but the results of which can benefit the territory tens of millions of dollars in the short to medium term. Now, you had there a contract now for 6 months. What was your understanding at that time, March, April 2019, of what was meant by short to medium term?
Short to medium term could be anywhere from a few months to about a year.
But was Mr. Skelton-Klein representing that the work he was intending to do would have benefits within the currency of the contract?
It could potentially have, yes. In instituting the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, I mean, you're not necessarily looking at, and I don't think the tenets of or the spirit of the press release or what was said would mean that you would see it immediately in 6 months. But as a result of him implementing these things, within 6 months to a year, we should see the economic benefits beginning to roll in. So it's not necessarily a hard and fast 6 months within the time that he is to implement or execute these things. But as a result of him implementing these things within a relatively short period of time, 6 months to a year, or even 3 to 4 months to a year, you should begin to see the benefits of them. I believe that is the spirit in which the press release was written.
If I take you to your written response at paragraph 6, you deal there, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, with Premier's position and what the Premier wanted in terms of the contract. Now, you've mentioned some of these already, that, for example, the Premier wasn't willing to agree to a 4-year term.
Right.
But what you also say is that the Premier asked that there should be a duty on Mr. Skelton-Klein to produce a written report at the end of the period. And you say, I included these terms in the contract, although you point out that though you referred to reports in the main agreement, the appendix should have set out the detail of that requirement, which it did not. Now, looking at and it might just be a typo, but you've referred to clause 8.2.1 in the contract, which is about terminating the contract. Do you want me to show you the contract again? It's that smaller file. If you go to 7536. So 8.2, I think is if you look at 8.2, it doesn't refer to performance or providing a report. It refers to the government having the right to terminate the agreement. So I think can you confirm you must have been referring to 6.1 on 7535?
I don't understand your question.
Well, what you've said in your written response is that you included these terms, which is terms which, you refer to the Premier not wanting to have a shorter term of 6 months. You refer to him wanting to have a basis to terminate at short notice. You also refer to the Premier asking that there should be a duty on Mr. Skelton-Klein to produce a written report at the end of the period. And you say, I included these terms in the contracts, say that I now see that although I referred to reports in the main agreement, the appendix should have set out the details of the requirement, which it did not. I'm just trying to identify where it says that there should be a reference to the reports in the main contract. I'm suggesting to you that what you intend to refer to is clause 6.1 at 7335.
8.2 is my reference to the right to terminate.
Yeah.
The clause that deals with the reporting is at 6.1. Yes. So I believe I meant 6.1 and not 1.2.
Now, in terms of you make the point that it doesn't appear in the appendix, a requirement to provide a report, but you then continue that Mr. Skelton understood that this was a requirement. When was that communicated to him?
It was communicated to him before his contract ended, that we do expect that he would deliver for us a report on what he was able to accomplish in the 6 months, his initial 6 months period. And then again, a reminder was given to him very close to the end of his contract that he needed to prepare the report.
What you do say about, I'll put it this way, during the 6 months, how did the Premier's office monitor performance under the contract?
Well, Mr. Skelton-Klein was in constant communication, whether it was through emails or he came and had meetings with the Premier to update him on where he was on various items, whether or not he was experiencing any challenges, how he intended to mitigate those. And some of them I sat in on, and others he would update me personally on where he was with things like 1,000 jobs, 1,000 days, or where he was with the youth empowerment. I remember one meeting I had with him with the telecoms people as he looked at renegotiating with them or beginning those dialogues with them for renegotiating the agreements. I did have one meeting with him and the TRC that I can recall. So I knew exactly what Mr. Skelton, because he was in the office almost on on a weekly basis, at least 2 to 3 times a week, we saw him. I know he met with the premiers. Usually he would come sometimes late in the afternoon towards the end of the day. Sometimes the premier would have me in on the meetings depending on what they were discussing, and other times, no, I was not a part of those meetings. So we always knew what he was doing. He checked in very regularly, very constantly. There are some emails back and forth between myself and him updating me where he was with various items. For instance, he would send me various proposal documents from various individuals or prospective investors on various different things. We would have discussions on them. Some we were able to take forward, others not, or others were deferred. And for instance, you would see that I would have provided some information on the seaplane operation that he was exploring, which that came about sometime like within a month of him signing his contract. That has not materialized. I mean, it was going good, well on its way until COVID, and we had our various border closures, and it went quiet after that. Once we come out of COVID, we'll see if it's resurrected. But Mr. Skelton was very busy during that initial 6 months period that I can attest to, because he was in constant dialogue with me. He was in the office at least 2 to 3 times a week. I know there were various other occasions where he had meetings outside the office with the premier and potential investors. Majority of those I was not a part of, just simply because of my personal schedule and the times those meetings were being held. But I am aware that he was very much engaged in carrying out his duties during that initial 6 months period.
Were the meetings with you or with the premier minuted?
No.
You've produced a number of emails, as you've explained, and you've also set out helpfully in your written response that you've checked and you found some emails and attachments, but there's obviously nothing else. But also, were the meetings diarised? Or was this Mr. Skelton-Hyde popping in to see the premier?
Most of the time he just popped in, to be honest. Some of them, some depends on who it was, where if it was sometimes he would make appointments with the premier's private secretary, but sometimes he would pop in. So it would sometimes both. But more times than not, sometimes he would just pop in.
What you say is that, and you've made the point about that, which you make in your written response, that the nature of the contract was affected by it being a personal choice of the premier.
Yes.
You go on though to say that towards the end of the 6 months, the premier told you he wanted to ensure that Mr. Skelton-Klein's activities were monitored by public officials. And you say in brackets, I believe, so there would be some objective evaluation of his value for money. But why was value for money not a consideration from the beginning?
Again, this is a very personal decision of the premier or any minister. It's not something that was unusual for ministers or premiers to have personal advisors. We, as public officers, what I can attest to is, yes, Mr. Skelton worked on these 6 things or these 5 things, and this was the outcome of them. In terms of the premier's satisfaction of whether or not he dealt with them, bringing about the results that he would wanted to see, which would be youth empowerment, reducing youth unemployment at that time, whether he had successfully been able to make any inroads as it relates to renegotiating the telecoms agreements and the climate change issues, the renewable energy. We did see him make introductions to at least two investors for renewable energy, the Power 52, and I don't remember the other one. The other one I do remember, it was a wind farm, a wind solar farm that they were interested in establishing in the Parkwood Pond area, but the name of the investor or the company, it was from out of the US Virgin Islands. I can't remember that right now. So those were things only the Premier could say, well, yes, I am satisfied with what the level or the effort that he put in it. I would want to go forward with giving him additional responsibilities under a new arrangement. Again, this arrangement was a test run for Mr. Skelton Klein. And the Premier often does that, even as we, at the time, going back to not only this administration, but past administration, who did employ special advisors, we had no formal arrangements to pay these persons from other than to contract them on a consultancy basis, because that's all the mechanism we had. Now that we have formalized it through the special advisors to the ministers in the recent cabinet decision, but this is something that the government, successive governments have been doing for quite some time now. And so the concept of it was not strange to us because we had seen it before. But even under this new arrangement with the ministers' special advisors, the Premier has brought on a special advisor, and again, on a short-term basis, because he wants to be sure that this is a right fit for purpose. But again, only the Premier can determine who those persons will be because they are so personal to him. They will have conversations or in various quarters that us as public officers we cannot have those types of conversations. They can go into, they can go out and make political promises to constituencies that we as public officers, we cannot do. So these are persons that the ministers and the Premier would have to be very comfortable with and would have to have a degree of trust in. And so in order to build that, the Premier oftentimes does these short trials.
So just to summarize that, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, but correct me if I'm wrong, personal advisor, very much the Premier's choice, and in turn,
all the other ministers.
But no, but I'm talking about Mr. Skelton Klein.
Mm-hmm.
Personal advisor, therefore very much a personal choice. What the personal advisor is required to do, really a personal choice of the minister, although it's set out here in the contract as to the 5 or 6 matters that the Premier wanted him to pursue, although the Premier could add to those as you've described. And in terms of whether the contract has been, in inverted commas, successful or value for money, again, very much a matter for the Premier. Although in this case, there was the report at the end of the first 6 months,
yes,
which set out what Mr. Skelton Klein had done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that possibly would have been required anyway for Cabinet for the second contract. But anyway, the report set out what he'd done. So there was that as a cross-check. But really, whether it was value for money, matter for the Premier.
That is a matter for the Premier.
Yes.
And not only do we need to have the report for Cabinet, but it is a practice, and the Premier specifically requested that at the end of this initial 6 months, he wants a report. And so it was my duty to ensure that at the end of the 6 months, a report was done.
And we can, I know you've explained what, you know, anecdotally what went on in those 6 months, but can I take it that the work, the key work that Mr. Skelton Klein had done in those 6 months is recorded in the report?
The key work is recorded in the report.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you. Just one point coming off from your evidence just now, and what the Commissioner's put to you. So you've spoken about the recent Cabinet decision, which has created or formalised special advisors.
Yes.
But prior to that, and this would have been Mr. Skelton Klein's position, he would have been identified as a consultant to be paid out of a consultancy budget.
Yes.
And you've explained that has happened in the past, but even though he's called a consultant and he's paid out as a consultant, the framework is still around this personal choice of the minister concerned.
Because prior to formalizing the arrangement, we had no other mechanism within the government system on which to enter into these agreements other than a consultancy arrangement.
Now, dealing specifically with Mr. Skelton Klein, because we have not received invoices for any, or any documents that show whether he claimed any expenses during that 6 months. Do you recall paying expenses to him?
I will have to go back into my records and I can get those for you, but I cannot recall at this present moment. I would have to do a search on that. I'd have to research it.
Well, if you do find anything, you will have done better than several people before you, because there have been a number of requests from the Commission since its inception for this material, and it hasn't turned up. But do you, the question was, do you actually recall during that period of time paying expenses to Mr. Skelton Klein?
Other than his monthly invoices, at this present time, I do not recall, but I will have to research it.
But the monthly invoices are the salary invoices.
Those are the salary invoices.
Now, it certainly appears that from material that Mr. Skelton I provided to you as part of his report, that he travelled abroad during the 6 months, and you speak in his in your written response of him having to travel with the Premier. Now, how would expenses like that have been funded?
He would have had to claim reimbursement for those. I think one of them may have been funded by the government, but that was a one-off. And if he was requested by the Premier to travel subsequently, it would have to have been on a reimbursement basis. But again, I will have to research that to see if that actually occurred.
Thank you. If you sticking to the additional volume 2 of the additional bundle, just turn up page 873, please.
Bundle 8?
873.
Which bundle?
Not bundle 8, the additional material bundle. One only has 3 digits. 873. It's a chain of emails that I want to show you. You will see that at the bottom there's an environmental expert who sends an invoice for $2,800 to Lenius Lendor, then the managing director of the BVI Ports Authority.
Mm-hmm.
He then, this is on 14th of June 2019, and on the same day he forwards it to you saying again, the authorities in receipt of the following email accompanied by the attached invoice requesting payment for work that was requested by no one at BVIPA. Please advise on this matter. If you turn to page 872, you then ask Mr. Skelton-Klein whether he can give any information on the attached invoice. And he, at the top of the page, explains that it's related to the use of a marine engineer. Now, that's one example of the Ports Authority raising a query with you. If you see at 852, in the same bundle, are you there, Mrs. Maduro-Smith?
852.
Yes, please. Smith-Maduro, I'm sorry. What you see there is now in 31st of May 2019, Sir Skelton-Klein forwards you an invoice, which he says should have been sent a month ago so as to give instruction for payment from the BVIPA. And if you look over leaf, you'll see the invoice, which is for a survey of the reclaimed area south of the central government complex. And the total amounts come to about $5,500. Can you shed any light on what was going on there?
What I do recall is this would have been in connection with the government or Mr. Klein leading efforts to look at the feasibility of extending the current cruise fare tender to allow for larger cruise vessels such as the Oasis. And I recall, so it would have, there would need to be exploratory work to determine whether or not additional dredging or anything would have been required, the types of sediment. But what I also do recall about this is upon receiving this, asking Mr. Lindo to explain what it was about because I was not aware of it. And so I cannot instruct Mr. Lindo to pay anything from Ports Authority. It would only be the board that has to instruct him to do that. So, I mean, at a later stage, I do recall the matter being raised in a board meeting, but at the time, I was just really trying to find out what it was in relation to. I know the discussions were going on regarding getting a larger cruise pair. There was also discussions going on about whether or not in the interim or whether we needed to do that or whether installing a floating dock, which would serve the same purpose. So I know those discussions were going on. So I would have been at the time trying to find out from Mr. Lindo about that in particular invoice and, advising him, well, then, I can't instruct you. You would have to take those instructions from your board. So you would need to share it with the board.
But it's on one reading of it and why we need your assistance is it could appear as if Mr. Skelton-Klein is commissioning experts to do certain work and expecting the Ports Authority to pay for it. Now, you said you can't instruct the Ports Authority to pay anything.
No, I cannot do that. That's not in my remit.
But under the 6-month contract, was it envisaged that Mr. Skelton-Klein could instruct experts to do exploratory work if necessary?
He could gather information. He would still have to bring it back to the public officers for implementing if there was a matter that needed to be referred to one of the statutory agencies, it still would have to be the Premier's office or the relevant government department to do that.
So, but did you pay for any of this work?
No, we did not. Not to my knowledge.
Because it sort of seems to be falling between a number of stalls, because the consultant knows about the work, you don't know about the work, and neither does the Ports Authority.
At the time the invoice was presented, I was not aware of the work. Upon further investigation, asking questions from the ports and Mr. Klein, that's when I learned what it was in relation to. And again, having advised Mr. Lindo, well, then you would have to let the board direct you. I cannot direct you on this.
But I'm taking you back to his email that I showed you shows him not knowing, not being aware as the managing director of something for which he was then invoiced.
After I would have contacted him, I would assume he would have done his research, because I do recall the invoice being discussed at a subsequent board meeting.
But I mean, we've got two invoices. We've got the one in May for just over $5,000, and we've got the one that's $2,800 from the expert in June. The one in May, Mr. Skelton Klein writes to you and tells you to instruct to give instruction for payment from the BVI, which you've explained is something you cannot do.
Again, I cannot instruct the BVI to pay on any invoice. There is within the BVI policy, there is a threshold that the managing director can deal with. I don't recall what that is at this moment. Anything above that certain threshold, it would have to be referred to the board.
And this takes us back to that second email, because it just, can you shed any light on this circumstance where neither the permanent secretary nor the managing director knows why the work was done, but the consultant does? I mean, who commissioned that work? Who commissioned the expert who then put in an invoice for $2,800?
I cannot respond to that intelligently, because I can only tell you my involvement with it when the invoice was presented to me.
Could we look at that report, please? I mean, I'll show you the final report that was submitted at the end of the 6 months.
What bundle am I in?
But if we stick in the bundle, I just want your help with some of the emails that you've produced. So the same bundle that you're in, leaving page, I think you were at page 852. Mm-hmm. If you go please to page 983.
Yes.
983 is Mr. Skelton Klein emailing you on the 25th of September, attaching the revised report.
Yes.
And there's further email correspondence on this, which we go to 1053. 1053. Smith-Maduro. Another email from Mr. Skelton-Klein to yourself, attaching the Grace Consulting report. He says it's see the following in its amended form per your request, and this is 30th of September, and you've stepped down from acting permanent secretary now back to the role of deputy secretary. And then says, trust this remedies the points you highlighted, and then overleave on the 1st of October, Mr. Skelton-Klein emails you to thank you for your assistance in preparing the report, and says that he hasn't heard back from you in relation to the third edit. So it seems to be the report itself, and we'll look at it in a moment, is dated the 13th of September 2019. But that the ministry through you then required Mr. Skelton-Klein to make edits to it. Can you shed some light on why that became necessary?
Yes, because when he initially submitted his report, he did highlight what he did, but what was lacking was there was no recommendations, no conclusions. So I asked him, I said, well, okay, you've said what you did, and I know you've done these things because I've interacted with you on these things, but going forward, there were some things you were able to complete. There's some things you were not able to complete simply because of the timeline. What are your recommendations going forward? And what is the conclusion? Because the report just seems incomplete. So it was in that vein that I asked him to, revise his reports, give us your recommendations moving forward, and the conclusions at the end of your assignment.
What were you expecting the report to tell you?
Well, I was expecting the report to say, for instance, as for the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, right? We were able to make contacts with the businesses. Persons signed up. There was an opening ceremony to launch the program. There was training to teach the youth how to get into the job market. What then? Where do we go from here? I mean, it really would take a little bit more than 6 months for you to really see this thing completed. So in the event that you are not retained to continue, or it has to now be completed by the ministry or the department, what are your recommendations going forward based on the things that you encountered? Those were the kind of things that I was hoping to see in the report. And so I asked them to, well, let us have your recommendations, let us have your conclusions.
You can see the report in bundle 4. Page 3183, please.
3183.
Now the date on it is September 13th, 2019. But given that there was the back and forth by email that you've discussed, where you were seeking revisions to it, it must be right, mustn't it, that actually the true date at which the report was finalized was sometime after September 13th?
It was completed after September, finalized after September 13th. He probably just did not change the date.
So if you look, please, at the table of contents 3185.
31.
that gives the table of contents. Did it surprise you that or that the report makes no mention of Tropic Ocean Airways?
I cannot speak to why he did not include it.
The reason I ask is because it's one of the, in fact, it's the only one from, apart from 1,000 jobs probably, that you identify in your written response, and you cite an email that was sent to you attaching a proposal. The email doesn't record Mr. Smith-Klein's assessment of the proposal. He's simply forwarding to you. But thereafter, Mr. Skelton-Klein explained this because in later reports, Tropic Ocean Airways does come back on the burner, on the front burner, to use his phrase from his later reports. But given that you appear to place some importance on this seaplanes venture, both in your written response and your oral evidence today, at the time that you were perusing the report, did it not surprise you that there was no reference to Tropic Ocean Airways?
I cannot speak to why he did not include it. And I probably just overlooked that he did not include it. I know he started working on it in his initial 6 months contract.
If you go to 3189.
3-1.
As well as the matters that had appeared in Appendix A to the contract, Mr. Skelton-Klein listed 4 other matters that are recorded as following additional areas were also assigned by the Honourable Premier. Can you, or do you know how these areas came to be assigned additionally by the Premier?
As I said earlier, there were discussions between Mr. Skelton-Klein and the Premier that I was not privy to. I was not in on the Premier, as his personal advisor, had private meetings with Mr. Skelton-Klein. What he may have assigned him additionally in those private meetings, I cannot speak to.
So you would, I mean, there are...
But I do see oftentimes after those things, some of those private meetings, he would send me emails. So for instance, he did send me email of contact for the medicinal marijuana. I do recall him actually organizing a meeting with the Premier and a few of his other ministers with a potential investor for the marijuana. There was one meeting I recall regarding the floating pier extension with Carnival. They were in initial stages of discussion of a possible MOU. Again, when COVID hit, that has delayed some of the initiatives that he may have been working on or started to work on. The shore's development, that went as far as the Cabinet's approval of the development in principle. Again, when COVID hit, it seemed to have stalled, seems to have now been stalled. And the medical schools, we did sign the MOU. The Ministry of Education did sign an MOU for medical schools. So those additional items I am aware he worked on, and I know he did put work in on those things, and we do have some tangible results from that. We have the medical marijuana bill, which is waiting to be assented to. The discussions on the extension of the Pier Park stalled with the COVID coming to the BVI shores, the shores development, again, that seems to have stalled when COVID manifested on our shores, and the MOU for the medical schools, as far as I am aware, has been signed.
I'm just trying to keep it in a chronological order. So, I mean, and if I could ask you just perhaps to separate between things you knew at the time and things you may have learned subsequently. Because if you take the example of the medical schools, the evidence of Mr. Skelton-Klein yesterday and his report is that what was the next step that was required was not an MOU, but a need for the Attorney General's office to review a curriculum framework and revert to the permanent secretary in education. So that's what he had put as a recommendation and a follow-up action.
And that did happen.
Yes, but I appreciate that things may have happened subsequently. I'm just trying to understand what was going on in September 2019 and taking you back to the question. There are different ways in which the Honourable Premier could assign things. He could assign it through you as a permanent secretary, he could assign it directly, or he could assign it through a different individual to speaking to Mr. Skelton-Klein. So just in terms of the additional things that were assigned, do you know how the Premier came to assign these matters to Mr. Skelton-Klein? Were you involved at all in assigning these matters to Mr. Skelton-Klein?
I was not involved in the assignment of these matters to Mr. Klein.
Before you received the report, were you aware that he was working on all 4 of those additional matters?
I stated earlier that I am aware, even before the report, that he was working on some of these things. And as you rightfully stated, we saw the manifestation of some of them a little later on. But I was aware that, one, the Premier wanted to explore the possibilities of introducing a new revenue generator into the economy through medicinal marijuana. So if he assigned that to Mr. Klein, that would have been no surprise to me. I know that the mandate that he had given to the BVI Ports Authority was to increase their revenues and to become reinvent themselves even in this new post-hurricane season. And with COVID coming upon us, they had a mandate to generate more revenue through the port. One of the ways I know the port was looking at doing this was attracting more cruise passengers, attracting larger ships. Having had Mr. Klein at the ports before, given his experience and his networking within that industry, it was not surprising to me that that would have been assigned to him. The shores development, he is a businessman. So where his contacts and his networks, which would have put him in the realm to even suggest possible hotel development. Again, one of the initiatives the Premier also wanted to see is to increase our offerings in the tourism space in terms of luxury resorts. So the Tourist Board also had a mandate to increase tourism, the BVI's position in the tourism space. So attracting, and even before this present administration, it was a goal of the previous administration also to have increase our offerings in terms of luxury hotels. So again, that was not a surprise. And for this administration and previous administrations, work has been in the pipeline for a very long time, predating this administration, on getting a medical school in the BVI. So it was not necessarily foreign or a surprise to me that these are some of the things that may have come up.
I mean, you've spoken of this work going on, or some of these initiatives being desirable to previous administrations. You've spoken of the involvement of the Ports Authority, for example. You've spoken of the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. What was it that Mr. Skelton-Klein added?
Public officers are not necessarily trained in negotiations on this level. We are of a different discipline. We implement policies more, and we do administrative things. So we make things happen administratively and implementation of policy decisions. When it comes to business arrangements, that is not an area that most public officers are trained in. So you would need somebody who understands that business and understands how to negotiate and how to attract a good deal. Things that you would normally see a minister or the premier themselves, you see it all around the world, would probably do. But they also employ special advisors or personal advisors to do these things on their behalf. And this is exactly what Mr. Skelton-Klein was contracted to do on behalf of the premier, part of his remit.
But if you take the telecommunications industry as an example, you have the evidence the Commissioner has received in relation to telecommunications includes that the appointment of a chair and deputy chair that requires people of a certain professional skill and technical level. Mm-hmm. That's a statutory body which is required to will have certain statutory obligations in relation to telecommunications in the BVI. Mm-hmm. Given that exists, and statutory bodies can bring in their own consultants, they can get advice. The Commissioner has heard evidence of projects run by statutory bodies where they have brought in accountants, or from the private sector where they brought in lawyers from the private sector to advise them. Here, if you take telecommunications as an example, where you have a body that is responsible for telecommunications at the BVI, where you have a board, where it has specialist knowledge on it, where it can get specialist knowledge, what was your understanding of what it was in this 6-month contract Mr. Skelton-Klein was bringing to the table? What was he going to deliver to government under this contract?
His assignment, as I understood it, was to work with the TRC to review the current arrangements that that is currently in place. The Premier gave Mr. Skelton his position on his level of satisfaction with the service that is currently being delivered, and he was to work with the TRC to renegotiate those arrangements, because we realized that the contracts for the telecoms were coming up there was a threshold or a time period by which the government had to give notice, or the TRC had to give notice whether or not they wanted to continue under the same arrangements or they wanted new arrangements. And this was what Mr. Skelton was to work with the TRC to do.
Thank you. Commissioner, this may be a convenient time to have lunch break.
Yes. We have to have breaks in any event for the stenographer, but I think, as Mr. Rowett says, we'll break for lunch now for half an hour, Mr. Rowett, if that's sufficient. And we'll start again at 1:45. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good. Just before we recommence with the evidence of Mrs. Smith-Maduro, Ms. Ikamale, could I raise 2 points with you concerning Friday's hearing, really the hearings on Friday and Monday, when we're dealing with assistance grants. Firstly, in preparing for the hearings, we've noticed that some documents referred to in the elected minister's response to the Auditor General's report on COVID stimulus grants were not disclosed either with the response itself, nor indeed apparently anywhere else. We obviously need those documents and quickly. So we will write to you this afternoon identifying the documents which appear to be missing. And obviously we'll need them before Friday's hearing. Friday's hearing is going to go ahead in any event. We can't, I'm afraid, delay that. We will do what we can with whatever documents we've got. But I'm certainly going to direct that the documents that we will seek from you this afternoon be delivered to us by the end of tomorrow, so that we can at least look at them before we start questions. I stress that these are documents that are referred to in the elected minister's own response paper. They clearly ought to have been disclosed earlier. We simply don't know why they haven't been. But that request will be coming through to you shortly. Secondly, just to remind you, but again, we need this on time, the elected ministers, well, it's really the Attorney General's legal submissions in relation to assistance grants, again needed for Friday, because I have to decide before then whether I need any further assistance, for example, in the form of oral submissions. Those are due by 4 p.m. today, and I assume we're going to get them by 4 p.m. today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the advance warning in relation to the letter we'll be receiving about the documents. That's most appreciated, and I'll pass that back to the team. In relation to the Attorney General's submissions on assistance grants, I believe we'll be writing to you about that today.
We've had this before, not I think possibly with you, Ms. Ikamale, but you might be writing to us. Are we getting the submissions by 4 p.m.?
I'm afraid I'm not involved with those submissions, so I can't answer that, but I know that the team is going to be writing to you about it today.
But writing to us about it and writing to us with the submissions, they're different things. Given that we are due to start, we're due to hear submissions on this, if any are required, on Friday. But you don't.
I'll have to take instructions, I'm afraid, Commissioner. My apologies for this, but we will write to you and confirm the position, and we can do that later today, but I don't have the information available right now.
But could you, within the next, say, 2 hours, get instructions, because you are obviously here on behalf of the Attorney General, as to whether the Attorney General is going to lodge those submissions as directed by 4 p.m. today, and then let me know?
Yes, absolutely. We'll endeavour to get you an answer within 2 hours. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Rawat. Oh, Ms. Rawat, before you start with any further questions, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, I've obviously read everything that's come in, including your response to the criticisms, and of course the report that we're dealing with now, and also all of the other reports. In the light of your response this morning, which I perfectly understand, which is that this was a personal advisor, a contract for a personal advisor for the Premier, and so the Premier very much involved in identifying him, and very much involved in assessing, for example, whether the contract over the first 6 months should be renewed or a different contract put in place. I'm not sure it's necessary for us to go through the detail of the reports, because I assume that really you will say that you weren't integral in the assessment of whether the reports were adequate, because whether Mr. Smith-Kline gave and then whatever you want to say, value for money, or did what the Premier wanted him to do under the contract, was really a matter for the Premier. Is that right?
I am saying that, yes, the Premier is the only one that could say whether or not he was satisfied with the work that Mr. Skelton Klein performed, and whether or not he was inclined to give him an extension or enter into a new contractual arrangement.
So the person at the heart of assessing whether this report was adequate was really the Premier.
Yes.
Yes. No, thank you very much. That just may save a bit of time going through some of the detail of the report. Mr. Rowett.
Well, Commissioner, can I thank Ms. Smith-Maduro for that response, because it will save time. So what I won't do is take her through the detail of that first report, which is the most, I think, substantial status report that received from Mr. Skelton Klein. And as you pointed out, that report can be seen in the context not only of the disclosure that the Commission has received, but also the written response with the additional documents that are cited there. What I'd like to do then is just ask for some assistance just on particular details around the first, a little bit around the first contract, but then about some other matters in relation to the second and third, and particularly on the role of yourself as acting permanent secretary and then deputy permanent secretary, in terms of what involvement you had. If you can help the Commissioner there, we would be grateful for that. If I take you just to volume 8, please. If I take you back, please, to 7542. That's the Appendix A that we were looking at before in the contract, the first contract. 7542.
42. Yes.
If you turn over to 7543, this is the last entry under duties and responsibilities. And duties and responsibilities is establishing and reviewing key strategic priorities and translating them into a comprehensive strategic plan. What was the comprehensive strategic plan?
If I am reading this correctly, it says establish and review key strategic priorities and translating them into a comprehensive strategic plan. My understanding of the key strategic priorities would have been found in the party's manifesto. Those would have been the key strategic priority areas that the Premier and his government would have campaigned on, and that would be the agenda that they would be seeking to implement as if they were successful, which they were. So my understanding of that would have been for him to review those and possibly come up with a first draft of a comprehensive strategic plan on how that will be implemented.
Did you ever see a first draft of a comprehensive strategic plan?
No, I did not.
I mean, the document that you received at the end of the 6 months was that report.
It was the report specific to the specific areas that were in Appendix A, plus the additional areas that the Premier would have assigned him during the course. That is what he reported on.
If we turn to the second contract, the first contract expires on the 17th of September. When did contract negotiations begin in relation to the second contract?
It would have been sometime in September.
if you go to the additional bundle, which is the bundle to your right, the lever arch file on the volume 2, not the smaller one. Turn up 979.
Yes.
This is an email from Mr. Skelton-Klein to yourself, 26th of August, 2019. He attaches a descriptive of the Chief of Staff role per the Premier. And he says the goal is to integrate the following in the formation of my contract renewal and extension, coupled with the oversight duties and responsibilities previously outlined. And he mentions that the existing contract ends September. And so to have no lapse in said, your kind and soonest attention to this with the Premier is appreciated. And then he also references a model being used in Cayman, which he will forward to you. So could you give some context to this Chief of Staff role? In what, or to what extent did it feature in the discussions for a new contract?
It did not.
At all?
No.
So Mr. Skelton-Klein put up the ball of Chief of Staff only for you to bat it away?
Yes.
If you go back to 8 again.
7.
Not in that file, back to the smaller black file, and turn up, please, 7235. This is a cabinet memorandum prepared by the Ministry of Finance, dated the 18th September 2019. And it concerns the seeking cabinet approval and indeed a waiver for the second contract, because that would have been over the tender limit. And you'll see that it sets out details of the existing contract, and it refers to the consultant fee per month. And then at 10 and 11, it says this: it refers to the new administration having given a mandate for ministries to only submit revenue generating initiatives for consideration of new funding in the upcoming budget and future budget cycles. And then that's given as the basis for Grace Consulting to be retained to identify and implement new revenue generating initiatives over a 12-month period. At a fee of $12,000 per month. And then at 11, we referred to Grace Consulting will be tasked with identifying and implementing a minimum of 3 revenue generating initiatives that results in the generation of revenue to the BVI government at a minimum of $5 million per annum. And there are various attachments. Now, this has to be through the Ministry of Finance, I take it, because it's going to be a major contract. Is that right?
Correct.
Would your office and yourself, as the permanent secretary, have any involvement in preparing this cabinet paper?
Well, I was not the permanent secretary at this time. It would have been Mr. Malone. However, because the initial contract was with Premier's office, the initial first draft would have been prepared by my office, Premier's office, and then forwarded on to the Ministry of Finance, because we could not take a paper that was over the $100,000 limit.
Now, in terms of preparing it, can you recall, because we haven't seen any earlier drafts of this, but can you recall which parts of this would have come from the Premier's office?
The background information where it is highlighting what was done under the first contract. So from clauses 1 to 9 would have been background information of what had taken place under the first initial contract, just to give some contextual background history of what Mr. Skelton Klein had done previously. We would have collaborated on the entire document, really. The Premier was specific about, under this new assignment, he wanted Mr. Skelton Klein to focus on revenue generating initiatives. And he would have given a value, and that we would have communicated to the Ministry of Finance, even including it in the first draft.
So the rationale, which we see at 10 and 11, would have come from discussions with the Premier?
Yes.
And once it leaves your ministry and goes to the Ministry of Finance to finalise, I mean, do they do the steps of putting it up into EXO track so that, for example, the Attorney General's chambers can input into the paper, and the Ministry of Finance itself has to input into the paper, doesn't it?
They do the final steps in finalising the paper.
And in terms of what comes back to you in the Premier's office, would that be a sort of memorandum from the Financial Secretary giving the outcome of the decision?
Correct.
If we go in this to, please, in same bundle to 7542, please. This is the key appendix again, which I think I've given you the wrong reference. I'm sorry, I'll just start that again. If you start with
7528.
7528, yes.
Is it the appendix to the second contract?
Yes.
Yes.
The second contract itself, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, is at 7550, but we're looking at 7528 because that's it's the appendix to the third contract, but it's actually the same detail. But in terms of drafting the contract, and particularly this appendix, who would have taken responsibility for that?
It would have been a collaborative effort between the Premier's office and the Ministry of Finance.
And though you rightly say that you had stepped down from your previous role, Mr. Malone's evidence this morning was that you would have been responsible, you would have carried on taking it, and that there was a deputy permanent secretary in charge of sort of contracts and administration, and that fell to you. So would you have retained ownership though of this project?
I would have worked on this contract based on the instructions from the permanent secretary.
And who would you have worked with in the Ministry of Finance?
I recall having direct communications with the financial secretary on it, communicating to him the areas, what the Premier wanted in terms of under the new contract for revenue generating initiatives. We would have discussed who would have taken the lead in supervision because it was revenue generating. It would fall under the remit of the Ministry of Finance, and the payment arrangements were maintained where Premier's office would pay, and the this contract would be really supervised by the financial secretary in the Ministry of Finance, simply because of the nature of the deliverables in the contract.
So if it was up to the financial secretary to assess whether Mr. Skelton-Klein was meeting the requirements of the contract,
Yes.
and if the financial secretary said agreed,
Once he certified the payments, we would execute the payments.
so from the point that this contract came into play, I mean, obviously in relation to the first contract, you had direct involvement.
Yes.
But from the point that this contract came into effect, was that responsibility handed over to the financial secretary?
My involvement in this second contract, save for being involved in drafting the first initial draft of the cabinet paper and working on the contract itself, my involvement was very limited. We would get the invoices with the financial secretary saying approved for pay. And I did have a concern about the report, one of the reports I did see, and I did also inquire with the financial secretary that I had not seen the reports coming in the frequency that was required. So I was trying to understand what had, what was the discussion, because he reported directly to the financial secretary at that point.
Can I come back to that? Because on this appendix, what so give me a moment. What's required under the appendix is, in fact, we do need to go to the small grey bundle. It'd be easier for us to do it that way, because there is I've just noticed a change in relation to the two appendices. But, if you go to smaller grey bundle and go to 317, you'll see the last bullet point on that page, and this is Appendix A as attached to the second contract, refers to prepare a concise and insightful weekly update and written reports to the Premier, Permanent Secretary Premier's office on the progress of the initiatives and other activities. It's a bit confusing because the contract also requires the consultant to deliver to the Financial Secretary and Premier and Minister of Finance monthly reports, briefings and other documents as particularised in Appendix A. So they seemed on the contract itself to be a disconnect between the two. When you started off once the contract had been finalised, approved by Cabinet and signed off, what were you expecting Mr. Skelton-Klein's obligations to be in terms of reporting?
Monthly.
And to be sent to the Financial Secretary in the first instance?
In the first instance.
And then
copied to the Permanent Secretary.
If you take up bundle 6, please. Let me find my page. If you go to 5432, please. This is exchanges of emails in October and November 2019. And so if you look at 5433, Mr. Skelton-Klein is emailing you in relation to the draft contract. And he makes a point that Grace would not be able to conduct financial modeling for the rate of $12,000 a month. And in your response at 5422, you address, you refer, for example, to that monthly reports would be acceptable. Then you say that some sort of financial modelling will be required.
Where are you?
At 5432 in the bundle.
5432.
So, Mr. Skelton-Klein having raised whether essentially saying that Grace could not be able to conduct financial modelling, you say that some sort of financial modelling would be required. Should not be a detailed financial modelling analysis, but you would need to indicate how the initiative is expected to be financially viable. So in terms of financial modelling, that still ends up in the finalised contract that's signed. What was government, because it's Ministry of Finance and Premier's Office, what were you expecting from Mr. Skelton-Klein in terms of financial modelling?
Well, it would depend on the nature of the initiative that he was presenting. This would have been something I would have discussed with the then Permanent Secretary, and we both were of the opinion that, you know, something should be at least presented to show how the initiative would be financially viable, and how it would possibly generate some type of revenue or income.
And that, I mean, I appreciate that the type of modelling and indeed the type of reports would vary depending upon the initiative. But one of the obligations under Appendix A was on Mr. Skelton-Klein was to lead commercial and financial due diligence and prepare briefing documents for consideration by the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands. So the plan was, as I understand it, but correct me if I'm wrong, is in respect of any of these three initiatives, this was an obligation to prepare briefing papers with all of the relevant documents, which may include some modelling, to go to Cabinet so that Cabinet could make a decision as to whether to proceed with the initiative or not.
Whatever form or shape those briefing papers took, that was the general idea based on my discussion with the then Permanent Secretary, who raised a concern about the reporting, and we discussed it, and it was not removed from the contract.
Yes, it's not a sort of reporting issue, is it, Mrs. Smith-Maduro? We're talking. I mean, he had to report monthly. That was the
Yes.
that was the agreement.
But to brief in his briefing to the Premier, to whomever Premier would invite to the meeting, whether it's to his cabinet or to his caucus, those briefing documents, you know, at least should give you a synopsis of what the initiative is and what it hopes to achieve.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
If we stay in this bundle and just quickly look at 5435.
5435.
This is the then Financial Secretary, Mr. Forbes, asking you, he's emailing you in relation to the contract for Grace Consulting and suggesting an amendment. So that suggests, doesn't it, that you were coordinating the drafting of the contract.
Yes.
And if we go to 5449. This is again email traffic where in January 2020, Mr. Malone, then Permanent Secretary, has asked Mr. Skelton-Klein whether reporting requirements have been met as stipulated in the consulting agreement. And he says yes. And then Mr. Malone then emails you and Mr. Forbes asking, are we satisfied? Did that lead to further discussions? I mean, this is after the contract has been signed by all the parties. Did that lead to further discussions about whether reporting was being complied with?
I recall raising a concern with one of the reports that I was requesting an audience with the financial secretary so I can share my concerns.
If I could then just, well, I think I'll take you to, I think, bundle 3 here. If what you've
So which page?
2814, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
2814, please, Smith-Maduro. At the bottom there, Mr. Forbes has sent you a report and says it signals my approval to pay the consultants. And you then, as you say, this is in early January, late January, 24th of January 2020. You say, I've had a quick glimpse through the report, I've got some concerns and you'd like a meeting. The meeting doesn't happen for some time because at 2813, Mr. Forbes emails you to say, to offer apologies for not organising the meeting and suggests a date of the 11th of March. And Mr. Malone, who's, I think, coming to the end of his time as a permanent secretary, joins on the 7th of March, and you see that at 2818. And he says, I still think we need to have the meeting requested by DS Maduro as this matter needs addressing as it presents exposures for all concerned. Now, firstly, did a meeting take place?
I think, I can't recall whether or not the meeting took place. I know we attempted to schedule the meeting on several occasions, and it was rescheduled, but I can't quite now remember if we actually had that meeting. Because by then, Mr. Malone would have been either gone or leaving.
Got
So-
9th, I think he went on the 9th. Yes, he
9th
went on
of
the
March,
9th
he
of
said.
March.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I don't know. There was a lot. I don't remember. I don't recall if we actually were able to meet.
The reference to the matter needing addressing because it presents exposures for all concerned. Can you shed on any light on what that was directed to?
Well, the report that I had seen, although it did give a few areas that he was looking at in terms of possible investments, I didn't see any of the financial bit to it in terms of, the feasibility of it and on what basis was it being proposed. And, to at least give the decision makers something to really evaluate. I thought that was missing from the report, and that is what I wanted to discuss with the FS, to, ask Mr. Klein to tighten up his reports. We know he was doing things, we know he was working, but I wanted to see a tighter report.
Well, you wanted to see a report better focused upon the deliverables set out in the contract, because it's in the report and there's frankly nothing in there focused on deliverables. So that was obviously your concern. I understand that. And how did that concern resolve itself? You had the concern, Mr. Malone had the concern, obviously before he went. You can't recall any meeting, but how was that concern resolved?
Well, the FS was quite naturally very busy in those days. So I really, at most as I could do, again, I was not the permanent secretary in the seat anymore. That had now transferred to somebody else. So the most that I could do was, to wait for a meeting. Again, I can't remember if it actually happened, but then there was only thing I could do was now rely on the FS. Once he signed off on the invoices and said that he approved, I would then have to assume that he was satisfied.
So were your concerns addressed?
Not entirely.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And in terms of then your continued involvement, because 9th of March, Mr. Malone leaves, Dr. O'Neill Morton steps into the role of permanent secretary. Was that immediately, or was there a gap where?
No, that was immediately.
And did your role change? I mean, you say that now you didn't have the same degree of involvement anyway, but was it just to continue at the same level? You were the point of contact in the Premier's office on this contract, or did Dr. O'Neill Morton take things over?
Well, everything is always directed to the permanent secretary, and then the permanent secretary would delegate accordingly. But my involvement in the second contract was very minimal, and because I was not in the permanent secretary role, I would be copied on things, but and
it was being monitored by the FS.
It was being monitored by the FS, and so I trusted his judgment.
Thank you.
So would it be fair to say you didn't have a monitoring role in relation to either the second or the third contract?
No, I did not.
So it just came down to, and it's not necessarily you that had to do this, Mr. Smith-Maduro, but the Premier's office's role was to pay out,
facilitate the payments
once the FS had given approval.
Once the FS was satisfied and had approved the invoices.
In terms of the third contract, did you have any role there in drafting the paper that went to cabinet, or in drafting the contract itself?
I can't recall.
One other matter to bring to your attention, I can take you to the document if you need to see it, but you've said how you expected monthly reports once the second contract was set up. On the 6th of May 2020, Mr. Forbes emailed yourself and said that I'd forgotten to let you know that I had agreed with Mr. Klein that instead of producing a report each month, he should do so on a quarterly basis. Do you recall being told that?
I do recall that email. I do recall the email.
Now, when we look at the reports that the Commissioner has been provided with, and even if one accepts that Mr. Skelton-Klein's obligation was just quarterly reports, from the start of the second contract, we have 5 reports instead of 8. Do you know if that was ever raised with Mr. Skelton-Klein?
The FS will have to, I don't know. I wasn't involved at all in that contract.
So in terms of, I mean, I know you had the email about the quarterly reporting dates rather than monthly, but in respect of that, and in respect of the reports that came in or didn't come in, as I understand it, that was a matter for the FS because they were responsible for monitoring.
They were responsible for monitoring. Suppose I was copied out of courtesy, but the conversations at that point were between himself and the permanent secretary.
Thank you.
Mrs. Smith-Maduro, I hope you still have bundle 3 with you.
Yes.
If you turn up page 2809, please. Just your assistance with these emails, because it's emails between the Accountant General and Mr. Forbes when he was Financial Secretary. Mm-hmm. And what had happened, if you look at the bottom of the page, was that, and this was in relation to the first contract, mm-hmm, which took effect from March 25, 2019, the Accountant General writes. What had been requested was an advance payment, and the Accountant General says we do not give advance payments to consultants. Mr. Forbes then replies on the 9th of April to the Accountant General saying, I agree with your position, advise that you do nothing more than you propose to do in the circumstances. He then writes, I'm writing under separate cover to the PS, Premier's Office acting, documenting my concerns with the contract that has been entered into with Claude Skelton-Klein, DBA, as Grace Consulting. Did Mr. Forbes write to you raising concerns about that contract?
I can't remember, right? I believe he did, but I can't remember the details of, he did have a discussion with me concerning the contract, yes.
But you cannot at this time remember what that discussion was?
Without seeing exactly what he said, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, this email is the sum total of what we know is what he said. So if you can't help that, that's fair enough. But is it also right that advance payments is not made to consultants?
No, they're not.
Commissioner, I think I've reached the end of my questions. Can I conclude by thanking Mrs. Smith-Maduro for coming today? It's been perhaps a little longer than she might have expected, but we're grateful for her time, and we're also grateful for the way in which she has given her evidence today. Thank you.
Yes, and can I reiterate that? Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith-Maduro, both for your time and the clear way in which you've answered the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if I could ask you just to rise briefly, and we'll set up the room for the next witness.
Yes, thank you very much. Good. I think we're ready to continue. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Our next witness is Dr. Carolyn O'Neill-Morton, who's Permanent Secretary in the Premier's Office. Dr. O'Neill-Morton has given evidence to the Commission before, and therefore there's no need to ask her to either take an oath or an affirmation, make an affirmation again. Dr. O'Neill-Morton, thank you for returning to give further evidence to the Commissioner. You will have seen that there are a number of bundles on the on a unit next to you. Hopefully we won't have to look at all of them, but I'll take you to the documents that I might need to refer you to as we go through. As you've heard me say before, could you remember just to keep your voice up, please?
I'll do my best.
Thank you. And that's probably just the right volume for the stenographer. Now, the issue on which the Commissioner is considering today is the question of consultancy contracts. And you may be aware that yesterday, Mr. Claude Skelton-Klein gave evidence to the Commissioner about the contracts that he has provided consultancy work to government under. You yourself, I think at a much earlier hearing, gave some evidence in relation to this before we started public hearings. As a result of all the evidence that the Commissioner has obtained, he directed that you be sent a warning letter, which was intended to notify you of potential criticisms in relation to these contracts that arise from the evidence available to the Commission. As you will have heard me say, it is just a notice of potential criticisms. It does not amount to either a provisional or concluded view on the part of the Commissioner. Its purpose, and I think it used to be called a salmon letter, but its purpose is to give you an opportunity to respond to the criticisms. And you have done that, as you have done before, by providing a written response to the Commissioner. Can I ask Dr. O'Neill-Morton if you have a copy of that response with you? If you don't, there should be one on the desk.
I do have one with me.
Well, if you want to use the one on the desk, that's fine. But if you prefer to use your own.
I'll use mine then.
Now, can you confirm that that carries your signature and is dated the 4th of October 2021?
Your response?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. That is my signature.
I'm sorry, could you keep your voice up, please? Thank you.
That is my signature.
And can you confirm, Dr. O'Neill-Morton, that you are content that that written response formed part of the evidence before the Commissioner?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner, given what Dr. O'Neill-Morton says in the written response and some of the details which I will elicit from her as we go through, I'm proposing to take things quite quickly and just focus on obtaining some additional details, if that is convenient to you.
Yes, Dr. O'Neill-Morton, we've heard evidence today from a number of witnesses, including Mrs. Smith-Maduro,
Okay.
and her evidence was that in respect of monitoring the contracts of Mr. Skelton-Klein, the second and third contracts, the year contracts, that monitoring was taken over by the FS. And consequently, although the Premier's office was sent copies of the reports and so on, the reporting function was to the FS, and the monitoring was very much in the hands of the FS.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And if we again give some more context, Dr. O'Neill-Morton, there were 3 contracts in total. The first one beginning on the 27th of March 2019, the second and the third arising later in 2019, and then in 2020. Now, you yourself became permanent secretary of the Premier's office in March 2020. Is that right?
Correct.
So you would have had no involvement with the first contract, and you would have arrived at a time when the second contract was already in place.
Yes, correct.
Now, what you say in your written response is that when you became permanent secretary, you were informed that Mr. Skelton-Klein had been retained by the Premier and would be in the Premier's office. At that time, did you receive a briefing as to what his contract required him to do?
Basically, I was aware that he was a strategic advisor assigned to the Premier specifically. So that was basically his remit. But I want to take you back to my appointment. I came in on the 12th of March, the exact week that COVID was declared. So most of my stuff was modeled in COVID. So there were not really any orientation, so to speak. So most of my knowledge came as I went along, and I'm still learning at this stage as well.
So at the time when you came in, you fairly say that there would have been much higher priorities on your mind. You wouldn't have had an opportunity, for example, to read the reports that he had lodged already.
Previously, for the first and second, no, I might not have had a chance because I was busy dealing with matters in the office, getting oriented, and then we moved. So we experienced a lot of stuff at the office.
Your predecessor, your immediate predecessor as permanent secretary was Kedrick Malone, and he explained that within the Premier's office, given its portfolio, there would have been roles allocated to different public officers, and particularly he spoke of having a deputy secretary who he described as in charge of administration, who would oversee things like contracts. Did you retain the same setup when you came as permanent secretary?
No, I didn't retain that setup. What I did is I had desk officers, particularly because I realized that we had a number of boards. So I want to focus the desk officers with the boards. And of course, I had 2 DSs when I started my tenure. At the beginning of this year, I now only have 1. Mrs. Smith-Maduro. So Mrs. Smith-Maduro tends to get all of the extras. I'm sorry to put it that way, but she tends to get all of the extras because I don't have another DS. I have assistant secretaries who have assignments as well, administrative assignments, but I never assigned a DS to contracts and administration like that, like Mr. Malone had. I didn't do that assignment.
But in any event, I mean, I suppose it's a hypothetical because by the time you came in, dealing with the content of the reports and monitoring performance under the contract would have been a matter for the financial secretary.
Yes, basically, that is what I met in place. That is what I met in place.
And you didn't seek to change that?
No, I did not.
You explain in your written response that you point to the impact of COVID and that I think within 10 days of your arrival, the territory entered its initial period of curfew.
Correct.
With the effect that for much of the rest of 2020, your office was either closed or not fully staffed or working like so many online.
And 21 as well.
What you say is Mr. Skelton-Klein would have attended meetings with the Premier and public officers in not just your ministry, but other ministries. And would you have been participating in those meetings, or were you just aware that he was doing so?
I recall 2 sets of meetings during my tenure. I am fully aware that Mr. Klein was a member of the steering committee that dealt with the opening of the borders that culminated in December 2020. He was a member of that committee. We basically did virtual meetings at that stage because at that point, it was very difficult to do physical meetings because it was a large group. So we did virtual meetings. I'm aware of that. I attended, he also attended. He was very pivotal in that exercise. I also recall some meetings with business persons that Premier had invited me, that Mr. Skelton had arranged, because these business persons were selected to help to improve the economic status of the country, because we were on shutdown for quite a while, Commissioner. So things were really slow. So they decided to get all the business persons together to come up with ways and means of creating, of moving the economy, so to speak.
Mr. Skelton-Klein, moving on to particularly the third contract. So that contract was preceded by a cabinet paper because it needed to at least to be the subject of a tender waiver. Were you involved in preparing that cabinet paper at all?
I do not recall preparing the cabinet paper. That is something one of my staff members might have done.
Well, the reason I ask is Mrs. Smith-Maduro said that she had been involved in drafting the first paper for the cabinet paper that led to the second contract. And so my question to you is, leaving yourself aside, and it still being a paper that was actually taken to cabinet via the Ministry of Finance, did your office have any involvement in drafting?
I cannot recall that. I cannot recall it because there's so many papers that we do. I really can't recall that, Commissioner.
The third contract essentially mirrors the second contract. Now, in your written response, you say that you recall discussing with the Premier whether the appointment of Mr. Skelton-Klein should be renewed. And you say, as far as I can recall, I had read his reports of his activities. So by November 2020, you'd had an opportunity to read the reports that had been submitted.
That is correct.
You say that the Premier had expressed satisfaction with Mr. Skelton-Klein's efforts. But in terms of then taking that process forward of a third contract, what was your involvement in it, and what was the involvement of the Premier's office?
The third contract, in terms of moving it forward, that contract would have had to be moved forward by the Ministry of Finance. We couldn't have moved that forward.
But taking on from what Mrs. Smith-Maduro said, you may have had input in terms of feeding into the cabinet memorandum, but you can't recall that happening.
I cannot recall, Mr. Commissioner.
Do you recall any discussion about the contract terms?
I basically remember that it might have been a renewal for the same year period, nothing more than a year. I vaguely recall that.
Let's look at that contract in the file that's in front of you. If you go to 7516, please. This is the third contract, and if we turn it through, you'll see at 7518, Dr. O'Neill Morton, that it's signed on the 26th of November 2020, but set to begin on the 18th of September 2020, running through to the 17th of September 2021. And the fee for consultancy was going to be $9,000 a month. If you turn through to 7528,
I'm there.
That's where we see the detail of what was expected of the consultant, described here as in previous contracts as a strategic advisor. Did your office, either through you directly or through one of your officers, have any input into what the detail that we see on that page?
It might have emanated from the Ministry of Finance mainly. That's where it might be.
But did you have any input into it? You were the
No, I don't recall having any input into it, but I know that he would have been a strategic advisor and that would have carried on from previous contracts, Commissioner.
I mean, the Appendix A, which sets out his duties and responsibilities as consultant, is almost identical. As one word difference, just in respect of reporting, but otherwise it's the same as the second contract. But as it were, you were paying for it because it was coming out of the Premier's office's budget. So did anybody in the Premier's office look at this? I assume that the FS did as well, but did anybody in the Premier's office look at this?
I cannot recall because I think it was just a carry on from the second one, so I cannot swear, Mr. Commissioner.
Do you know why the consultant's fee was reduced from $12,000 a month to $9,000?
I know that that was a decision that was made because it was a financial decision to reduce some of our payments because our income was not very good. So we wanted to reduce our expenditure. And we did that to other areas as well. This is not unique to this contract. It was done in other contracts as well.
What Mr. Skelton-Klein's evidence was that during the course of this third contract, one of the roles he took on was to be part of the Secretariat for the Economic Advisory Council. And he spoke of a repurposing of his contract, of this contract. Were you ever involved in any meetings or discussions which concerned essentially changing the purpose of this contract?
No, I don't recall that, Commissioner.
Do you recall, or were you ever approached by Mr. Skelton-Klein expressing a wish or a concern over amending the contract?
I don't think Mr. Skelton-Klein would have had approached me. I think he might have approached the Ministry of Finance in that regard, specifically the Financial Secretary.
What we see, Dr. O'Neill Morton, is that, and the evidence that so far is that the contracts just carried on running one after another. There was no gap in between. But that in relation to this third contract, which is the one that was entered into during your time as permanent secretary, it was signed on the 26th of November 2020, but said to start 2 months before, the 18th of September. So we have not been provided with all of the invoices that Mr. Skelton-Klein submitted and that were paid on. There are gaps. But how does the system work? You have a consultant who's working from the 18th of September, but his contract doesn't start until the 26th of November. Can he still submit invoices for those 2 months and get paid on them?
I am not sure. I cannot answer that, Mr. Commissioner. I really cannot answer that. I think the Financial Secretary, because the Financial Secretary is the person who approves the invoices. I don't do that.
You just pay on them?
Yeah, the Financial Secretary approves the invoices, sends them with the invoice, and if a report is presented at that time, that is presented to the Premier's office. We don't receive the invoices directly from Grace Center.
Moment, please, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, those are all the questions I have. Can I conclude by thanking Dr. O'Neill Morton for returning, but I think for a shorter period than she perhaps expected. But also, can I thank her for the assistance she's given and the way she gives her evidence?
Yes, and can I reiterate that? Thank you very much. I know they're busy times, and your time and the way in which you've given your evidence, much appreciated. Thank you.
I appreciate that because I have lots of work to do at the office.
No,
Thank
I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, I'll rise again.
Thank
while the
you.
next
We'll
witness is,
set up for the next witness.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms. Eaker-Mail, just before we recommence with the evidence, we have now just had an email about the legal submissions that were due at 4 o'clock. And just to remind you that on the 21st of September, 2 weeks ago, I wrote to the Attorney General, as the Attorney General, not as the representative of the elected ministers, asking for her assistance, if she wished to give it, in respect to legal matters which have arisen in respect of the assistance grant programme. I made it clear then that I'd deal with any oral submissions in relation to these matters on Thursday, the 7th of October. That, as you know, because it's set out in the programme which was sent to the AG and to you, was moved to Friday the 8th of October because of the slippage in the general timetable as a result of delays in producing other documents. We have heard nothing at all about these legal submissions, no suggestion that they would not be provided on time until earlier today, when your response indicated that all was not well, although what you said was very coy. We've now had an email to say that, firstly, the submissions will not be with us by 4 p.m. today. Secondly, that there is no one out of the Attorney General's large team, including the IOU, on this matter, who could make any oral submissions on Friday. And thirdly, that the attorney has not even yet decided whether she wishes to make written submissions on these topics or not. Firstly, in substance, that is obviously not a helpful answer. And secondly, and more worryingly, the fact that the attorney and the IRU have kept this course secret until minutes before the 4 p.m. deadline, after the 2 weeks notice I'd given, is at the very least discourteous. It clearly will disrupt the timetable. It would disrupt the timetable if I were to give an extension, but I don't have to decide that because no extension is sought. So what I propose to do, Ms. Eaker-Mail, is this. The submissions will not arrive on time. The Attorney General has not yet decided whether she would wish to make any submissions if she had that opportunity. There is no application to extend the time. I'm going to proceed on the basis that the Attorney General has declined the invitation. She is unable to lodge any submissions with me unless she has permission to do so. And so if she wishes to do so in the future, she will have to lodge an application with me. That gets rid of the difficulty of Friday in there being no counsel apparently available to make oral submissions, because there is obviously no written submissions upon which oral submissions could possibly be made. That will leave me in this position that in relation to assistance grants, there are matters of law arising, and I will deal with those matters of law the best I can, but unfortunately without the assistance of the Attorney General. That I think is very unfortunate, but that is the way in which I propose to proceed, given the way in which the matter has been dealt with and responded to by the attorney. That's the appropriate course, and therefore in relation to assistance grants, there will be no legal submissions and consequently no need for any oral evidence, further oral evidence in relation to those. Any queries about that Ms. Eaker-Mail?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, I don't have any queries. I do wish to assure you that there was no attempt at discourtesy on behalf of the IOU or the Attorney General. There's just been simply a huge amount of work to do this week, as I'm sure you and your team are finding as well. And I will, of course, convey your directions to the team. Thank you.
no matter how heavy the workload, and as you say, we're dealing with a workload as heavy as anyone, that does not explain why this email, which sets out various reasons why we're not getting submissions, why that message could not have been given earlier, in which case I may have been able to make further directions. The fact that it's so late simply means that that opportunity has been lost. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, our next witness is Mr. Jeremiah Frett, who current Financial Secretary and someone who has already given evidence to you on more than one occasion. Mr. Frett, you will know the formalities that I go through, but firstly, of course, is to remind you that you don't need to take the oath or make an affirmation again. You will have seen when you came into the hearing room that there are a number of bundles, and we will need to look at them, but fortunately not all of them as we go through. Could I also ask, and it's something I've asked you before, but just if you can remember just to keep your voice up as we go through your evidence, that will assist. Now, the topic that the Commissioner has been considering in the course of yesterday and today concerns grants to consultants. And Mr. Claude Skelton-Klein, who has a number of, or has had a number of consultancy grant contracts with government, gave evidence to the Commissioner yesterday. You were involved as Financial Secretary and perhaps Deputy Financial Secretary in overseeing or monitoring some of those contracts. And it's in fact something that I think when you first came to give evidence to the Commissioner, I asked you about. But as a result of the material that has been gathered by the Commission, the cautious step was taken to send you a warning letter. And that letter sets out potential criticisms that may be made of you and that arise from the evidence on this topic. It is, as I've told others, simply a notice of potential criticism. It does not amount to either the provisional or concluded view of the Commissioner. And I think in this jurisdiction, whilst we call it by its modern name of warning letter, I think people are more familiar with the term salmon letter. But the purpose of it, by giving you notice, is to ensure fairness to you so that you have an opportunity to respond to the contents of that letter, which, as I've also told others, remains confidential. You have indeed provided a written response to the Commissioner. Do you have a copy of that response with you, Mr. Frett?
I do.
There's one on the desk for you. The copy that you provided is not signed. Willing to provide a signed copy in due course?
Commissioner, I'm willing to sign the document. At the time when the document was prepared by our legal team, we were in different locations and it was quite late on Friday. So we decided to send it in the current format. And if necessary, I'm willing to sign it.
Thank you.
So this was prepared by your legal team?
And myself, we work together.
Thank you.
And by legal team, do you mean the IRU?
Yep.
The next question is to ask you whether you are content that this written response should form part of the evidence before the Commissioner.
That is fine.
Thank you. That's helpful because not only because of that indication, Mr. Frett, but also because of the evidence that the Commissioner has already heard and read. What I hope to do is to keep my questions relatively short and just to, try and get some additional information from you, if I may, today. Now, firstly, and I know you will have told us this before, but the currency of the three contracts that we're concerned with, they start running from the 27th of March 2019. And they then continue with the third and last one ending in 17th September 2021. Now, the second two of the three contracts, perhaps more germane to yourself, because those were ones. One was this, let's call it 2nd December 2019 contract, and the other one is the 26th of November 2020 contract. Those two contracts were major contracts, and under the contracts, Mr. Skelton-Klein was answerable to the Financial Secretary. Now, you became Financial Secretary on the 1st of January 2021, but can you just remind the Commissioner of how long you had been Deputy Financial Secretary before that? You may have been acting Financial Secretary for some time, but taking from sort of March 2019, just what roles were you taking on?
Commissioner, I don't remember the exact date I became Deputy Financial Secretary, but I do believe it might have been July 2019, but don't quote me on that. I will have to check my CV or the Human Resources Department on the exact date and when I became Deputy Financial Secretary. But I think it was 2019.
Thank you. And as you said in your report,
or 2018, I'll verify, I can verify that, 2018 or 2019, somewhere around that time span.
Thank you. Now I can take you to there's a bundle in front of you, which we're calling bundle 8. Have you got that? If you go in that bundle, please. In fact, actually, probably it's easier if you, can you see that small gray bundle that you have there? Take that one, please. Turn up to page 310. So 307, please, Mr. This is the second contract, which is the contract that is signed on the 2nd of December 2019 and set to run from the 18th of September 2019 to the 17th of September 2020. You'll find in the other file, if you turn the black file, not that one, the smaller black file, if you open that as well to page 7516, please, Mr. Frett. That's the third contract. Now, both of those are, as I've said, the line of reporting for the consultant is to the Financial Secretary. Certainly for if you look at the grey one, it's the Financial Secretary. Now, in terms of your role, taking the second contract first, what role, if any, did you have at that time in monitoring the contract and performance under the contract?
From time to time, in absence or on behalf of the Financial Secretary, I may have signed off on invoices for payment. But with respect to direct dialogue or supervision of Mr. Klein, under Grace Consultant, the Grace Center, I was not actively involved with the monitoring or supervision on a day-to-day or monthly basis.
Now, the third contract, which ended in September 2021, would have still been current at a time when you had become Financial Secretary. So in relation to that third contract, did your role change?
Commissioner, my role, once I take up the post of Financial Secretary, based on the contract, I will be obligated to follow the terms and conditions of the agreement. I would note, however, Commissioner, that when you look at the two contracts at hand that we are speaking about, we did have some challenges in the when you're talking about the supervision or monitoring, the construct of the contract. As you noted with your other witnesses, well, it may say the supervision or monitoring of the contract was done by the financial secretary. The payment mechanism was through the Premier's office, as was evidence given as well. The nature of the consultancy or the arrangement that presents in the contract was somewhat cumbersome, for lack of word, because in there, it talked about the Premier, the reporting to the Premier and the financial secretary. I think I make a reference somewhere in the contract. It talks about both things.
Yeah, pause there, please, because this is just to assist you, Mr. Frett. If you turn in the grey bundle to 317. 317. And you'll see a document headed Appendix A.
Yes.
And if you turn to the other bundle, if you turn up page 7528 in the other bundle, that one. What you'll have is the Appendix A for the third contract. So as you've said, both have reporting directly to the financial secretary and indirectly to the Premier and Minister of Finance. Now, those two, Appendix A, which appears in each contract, sets out the detail of what is expected or what was expected of Mr. Skelton-Klein as a consultant. If you want to take the one in the second contract or either one, but can you just help Commissioner further with what you were saying there? In what way did the contract make life cumbersome?
Oh, Commissioner, when you look at the contracts and the actuality of what actually took place, it has a number of deliverables listed within the contract. But when you look at the reporting on the different invoices or the quarterly reports, you will see how each quarter there's a shifting of what is actually reported. There's no consistency. And in reality, when you look at the relationship of the contract and what actually took place, it is more, you can call it how different names being tossed around: strategic advisor, special advisor, political advisor. The nature of what the consultant was doing, perform the duties that he was performing, it makes it difficult for us as Ministry of Finance to actually monitor or supervise the work that he was doing. What we rely on is the reports. And from time to time, we will know that some of the actual work we're performing from our interactions with Mr. Klein or through other means. For example, we will see cabinet papers with respect whether it be to medical school. We will know about the ministerial marijuana initiative that went as far as to the governor waiting for the bill to be assented to. We were also invited on a Saturday as well to a meeting with the Premier that Mr. Klein was there. He organized that with a potential advisor where we sat there for hours well into a Saturday evening, listening to the potential investor speak about the initiative and how we can benefit. And that paper as well, we used to contact the interaction with the investor and the work that was done to come up with some estimates, some revenue estimate that actually made it into the 2020 budget and also in the 2021 budget. So it actually, we did some legwork. There's a lot of legwork as far as, but because the bill was not assented to, the revenues, potential revenues were never realized. With other interactions with the consultant, it is clear, Commissioner, that there was a direct line of communication and duties that may have been assigned by the Premier or other agencies. Because the report will show that he interacted with a number of agencies and not directly with the Ministry of Finance. When I became Financial Secretary, I can't remember which month it was, but Mr. Klein visited the Ministry of Finance, so he could have briefed me on all the initiatives that he worked on. He presented two huge bundles, which I have here with me, and I shared that information with you already, Commissioner. And I noticed that it's part of the information that is online. And there's a whole list of initiatives, some that I may not have been aware of that he was working on. Some of them were well advanced. So it shows you the cumbersome nature of supervising or monitoring when there are other persons who may have been responsible or who is also, example, it's noted the Premier in the document, clearly in the contract, and I'm not sure the directives. And if you look at the construct of the contract as well, when it states that you must have 3 deliverables and 3 deliverables that equals to $5 million, I believe, in my view, that the requirements of supervision and monitoring that is in the contract, it should have been clearer and be more specific in many instances. Because when you just say broadly, but they have to produce this X, Y, Z, there was no consistency in the documents that was submitted as far as the reporting mechanism. So it should have been clearer in the document, in the agreement, how the reporting mechanism should have been. And from my knowledge, from the first contract into the second contract, there may not have been a person to say daily monitor Mr. Klein, whether or not he went to meeting, there's the notes from the meeting, who you call the just how the lawyers do it. Everything they drop down on what they do on day to day and make that part of their billing system. There's no system like that. So what we are relying on in most instances, based on what the contract is, the deliverables at the end. Did you produce 3 contracts, 3 initiatives that may warrant more than $5 million? And in looking at the document itself, the contract itself, Mr. Klein can only take it so far as deliverables, because he doesn't have the authority to advance certain things to past a certain point. Then that becomes the responsibility of the subject ministry. As far as, for example, the ministerial marijuana, they had to go through education. Other matters that may pertains to ports, that will have to go through the Ports Authority and different agency for them to take the next step forward. So, and I note from listening to parts of the discussion, and I also observe it as well. It appears in some instances, Mr. Klein may have been more of a facilitator type of person, coordinating a number of activities relating to the initiatives that whether the Premier or the Premier office identify, or some, by the way, instruction to go out and assist in whatever it is. So think of it, of the Ministry of Finance now being required to supervise something like that when there's several moving parts.
Mr. Frett, this is not a complaint. That was a very long answer.
Yes.
Could we just, before Mr. Rowett asks you some questions, just break that down a little bit to help me? Firstly, we've heard evidence from, I think, all of the witnesses today that under the 2nd and 3rd contracts, the Financial Secretary was responsible for monitoring the contracts. And that's what the contract says, but and that's the evidence as to what happened in practice. So it was Mr. Forbes and then you,
Yes.
depending on the time. Secondly, your evidence suggests that what Mr. Skelton-Klein was doing was outside a lot of it was outside the framework of Appendix A, outside the framework of the contract. But the contract was never amended, and indeed it was reiterated for the third contract. In any event, as I understand it, Cabinet approved his contract on the basis of this contract, not on the basis of something else he might or might not be doing. And the contract, because the contract, although it may not reflect the work he did, it may have defects, but the contract required him to report the first contract, the second contract, the first contract that the FS was responsible for monitoring said weekly, but it actually meant monthly or possibly quarterly reports. The evidence varies. And then in the third contract, it was quarterly reports. And those were the reports upon which an assessment of progress was to be made, weren't they?
Commissioner, based on the contract, that is what is stated in the contract. But in reality, Commissioner, as a special advisor or strategic advisor to the Premier, that where certain instructions may have been given, and based on COVID and other matters of priorities, there may have been a shifting of priorities. There may have been other activities that may have caused the reporting in the way that is outlined in the contract. But if you look at, as in the past, we did have strategic or special advisors to other government departments or ministries. And I think now they regularize it and they call it political advisors, personal advisor to the Premier. I can't remember the correct name. But the structure then, which we used to apply then, is that this person came in and they performed the task as that special advisor, giving that support, whether it be on financial matters or any other matters to the minister for which they supervise or the work under to supervise them.
But again, just to go back to the question, the work that Mr. Skelton-Klein did may have varied from Appendix A. I think that's you're saying that it did, and so he may have become at some time a personal advisor, we've heard, or a political advisor, all sorts of different names that we've heard in the evidence. But that's outside Appendix A.
Commissioner, if the scope of the work as specified in Appendix A vary for whatever reason, then normally what has happened, they will have a variation to the scope of works. That is normal course of action.
And that's catered for in the contract. It has to be done in writing. That's catered for. But this contract has not been varied in that way.
Commissioner, to my knowledge, it have not been varied. But if you look at the deliverables, whether or not the deliverables were done, they talk about 3 initiatives within 12 months, 12 frames that would generate a maximum of $5 million. Was that achieved?
It's a good question, but you're the man to answer it, Mr. Frett.
Yes.
You're the financial secretary.
And Commissioner, if you look at the list of things that Mr. Klein presented in his bundles or in his reports, and if you go through one, there may be very well in each year 3 things that for whatever reason was not advanced past a certain level that could have generated more than $5 million. If you look at the ministerial marijuana initiative, that is well over $5 million.
But he's produced his reports during the whole of the 2-year period, and you've assessed them. Has he met those deliverables? Commissioner,
from looking at the information, I think that you have to look at the reports one by one.
Yes.
And if you look at one by one, you will see that in the last two contracts, based on the things that he was working on, that he identified are those projects that can exceed $5 million. In my view, yes, Commissioner, you can say that, but whether or not they have been carried to a certain level for implementation, that's a different argument. What powers does he have to carry past a certain level? For example, Commissioner, if I may.
No, I'm sorry, I'll let you finish your example, but we've heard the examples because this was a point that Mr. Skelton-Klein made yesterday, that he could only take these projects to so far. How's that reflected in the contract?
Commissioner, I'm not the drafter of the contract. It says here, identify and develop a portfolio of revenue generating. Identify and developing a portfolio of revenue generating. And
he is under the contract. You might say that this was impossible. Mr. Skelton-Klein said that. He said that the contract could not be performed. But he was responsible for developing and delivering a minimum of 3 initiatives within 12 months, which would generate $5 million. Are you saying that that was something which could not be performed because to deliver $5 million would require some decisions to be made by the relevant minister or by the Premier or by Cabinet or by the House of Assembly?
Commissioner, that's a fair assessment. It's difficult. When you're drafting contracts, we have to be realistic of what powers or what constraints the consultant or person has. We have to be mindful of that because you may come up with an initiative. I know the Brandy Wine Bay initiative, I can't remember the correct name of it. And that went as far, they had a public meeting and for some unknown reason, that was not advanced any further. So there's certain limitations on how far client can only take it to a certain point.
Okay, but in terms of deliverables, because in the text of the contract, deliverables really important, and the deliverables under the contract of these initiatives. Are you saying that the deliverables weren't in fact capable of being performed for one reason or another, but Mr. Skelton-Klein did other useful work in relation to the general policy goals?
I will agree with that statement, Commissioner, that he did do a number of work. I do not have it in order, but let me just pick up.
Are these documents that have been
Yes,
submitted?
you have these documents. Commissioner.
Is this the list that you?
Yes. You have all these documents that were submitted previously. But Commissioner, just because this will make it easy for me to refer to. We talk about fintech. We talk about public consultant, cruise development. I know definitely about that one there because I also sit on the BVI Port Authority Board, and I know that matter came up and that did not advance any further. Telecommunication, shore development, special committee initiative labs, fintechs, 1,000 jobs, renewable energy, economic diversity, development project, medicinal marijuana, and the list goes on, Commissioner, on the things that grace consultancy. When I do look in the document, can the document perhaps be more advanced, more detailed? Of course, more meat to them can help as well. But I would say if you look at that listing that was presented there, there's well over $5 million of potential initiatives for the government. Why they were advanced is some may have been outside of his powers. Some I know went through cabinet, some made it as far as the governor's office. So waiting to be assented to. So that is I mean,
Mr. Rowett may well take you through some of these, but that's useful background. Thank you, Mr. Frett. Mr. Rowett.
I mean, I think the list that Mr. Frett is referring to is exhibited to his first affidavit.
Yes.
and you'll find it in bundle 6 at page 5696. I think as I understand it, and it's been a while since I looked at your affidavit, Mr. Frett, but I think you met with Mr. Skelton-Klein when you became Financial Secretary, and he presented you with this list of documents that he's provided. But can I try and distill it down though? And I just some details of Mr. Skelton-Klein's evidence yesterday. Firstly, that you're right in that he described himself more than once as a facilitator. Secondly, as the Commissioner told you, he said that there were some aspects of the contract that he could not fulfill in his role as consultant. He made the point that there was a consultant can recommend, he cannot decide. That was Mr. Skelton-Klein's mantra. But the point, I think that on the evidence, what we have is we have 3 contracts. At the end of the first contract, which is 6 months, which is a petty contract handled by the Premier's office. So I think firstly, you would not have, can you confirm you would not have had it and did not have any involvement in that contract? No. Right. Now that contract, at the end of it, Mr. Skelton-Klein submitted a report. And in that report, he dealt with a number of potential initiatives. So he addressed where things had got to at that point in time with medical marijuana. He addressed the Shores development. He addressed youth empowerment, 1,000 jobs, a number of different initiatives that he had been working on. So he presented to the Premier's office a report that said, this is where I've got to. And the Commissioner has heard from Mrs. Smith-Maduro about the work that had to go into that report. But the focus then shifts onto the Ministry of Finance and the Financial Secretary. And that's where we need to take you back to that Appendix A. Because Appendix A, what I'm going to suggest to you, and please agree or disagree with this if you wish, Mr. Frett, but the Appendix A required of Mr. Skelton-Klein 2 things. Firstly, that he had to in providing the services of a strategic advisor, assist the government in identifying and developing a portfolio of revenue generating initiatives. That's the first thing he was asked to do in the next 12 months. But if you look at the first bullet point, in terms of duties and responsibilities, he had to proactively identify and secure, evaluate and prioritize a portfolio of new revenue generating opportunities. And so the expectation, it seems, from the contract was that Mr. Skelton-Klein would go out and in the next 12 months identify new revenue generating initiatives, not those that he had dealt with in the 6 months, and that as he explained to the Commissioner, there were some that he had taken to the point where he could do no more as a consultant. The second thing that was expected of Mr. Skelton-Klein is that within the 12 months time frame, he would develop and deliver 3 initiatives that will generate a minimum of $5 million. It's not that the contract isn't saying that at some point in the future might generate. What the expectation, however unrealistic, placed on Mr. Skelton-Klein was that he would come up with 3 initiatives that would give the Ministry of Finance your budget an uplift of at least $5 million. Now, that was the expectation. So that's the benchmark against which the Ministry of Finance has to assess the reports. Would you agree with that summary?
Well, Commissioner, I don't know if I agree with that summary, because if you look at like I stated earlier, the construct of the agreement, even this appendix, is flawed. You cannot say that somebody will do something when they're not the final decision maker. They can only recommend us to just present.
It's your contract.
Commissioner, I had no dealing with this contract.
It's government's contract.
It's a government contract, but in reality, this contract, I do not believe, was drafted in the Ministry of Finance. As the deputy, I don't recall it. I'm not saying it wasn't done there. I do not recall, and I cannot speak to the content of this contract. I inherit this contract, but if I was involved in this contract, I would not have written it in the way how it was written.
I think on the evidence, this contract would have was the joint work of the Premier's office and the Ministry of Finance.
Commissioner, is that in writing that both?
Well, it comes from two sources. First is Mrs. Smith-Maduro's evidence today to the Commissioner. And another one is if you pick up bundle 6.
This one?
Yes. And turn to page 5435.
5435,
please, Mr. Frett. So what we have is an email from your predecessor, Mr. Forbes, addressed to Mrs. Smith-Maduro, who's now stepped down from acting PS, and she's now Deputy Secretary again. But Kedrick Malone, who's then PS, is copied in. And what Mr. Forbes is doing is inputting into the drafting of the contract. Now, the timing was unfortunate because this is sent on the 6th of December 2019. And on the 4th of December 2019, the expedited extract setting out the decision of Cabinet was promulgated. So, but the point...
Commissioner, that question will have to be put to the former Financial Secretary.
Yes,
I cannot answer that.
But the point is, and you may say it's the same thing, that this contract was, that was the contract that Cabinet approved. And then Cabinet approved it a second time, because the other folder shows you the third contract and Appendix A is in the same terms. So those were the obligations put on Mr. Skelton-Klein. And so the question then pivots to how the Ministry of Finance assesses whether or not he's, as a consultant, he is fulfilling the terms of his contract. Now, one of the first questions that comes up is that under the contract, certainly under the second one that you've got in front of you, Mr. Skelton-Klein was required to submit monthly reports. I can take you to the email if you need to see it, but on the 6th of May 2020, Mr. Forbes notified Mrs. Smith-Maduro that he had decided to allow Mr. Skelton-Klein to submit quarterly reports. And certainly when we get into the third and last contract, that's the requirement. But if my maths is, I think, notoriously bad, but taking the 2 years over which you have contracts, those two contracts running, even if you were to say, let's just have it quarterly all the way, you would have expected 8 reports to have come in. And in fact, the Ministry of Finance only received 5. So can you help us with this? Tell us if you can't. But part of the paying out on invoices involved, it seems, on the evidence, someone in the Ministry of Finance, and it was either yourself or Mr. Forbes, saying, I approve this payment. And that must have been based on the report. How were you able to approve monthly payments to a consultant when you weren't seeing reports from him?
Commissioner, I don't think I can answer that question based on how it's posed to me. I will have to go back and understand, look at the invoices, see which ones, because the invoices comes with a quarterly report. So if you start in January, the first 2 months will not have a report, but on the third month, you will have the report. And likewise from April, May, you will not have a report, but in June, you will have the report. He will submit the report. I think that's the way how it should have been. Now, when the month-to-month started and they decided to the quarter, I don't know when that happened. You have to speak to the Premier Office or my predecessor to see exactly when that actually started, so you can do the analysis and see why you only have 5 versus 8. I can't speak to.
But do you understand the question, Mr. Frett? Because the point is you're paying a consultant monthly.
Mm.
Even if you say, well, that's on the basis of quarterly reports, you didn't get all the quarterly reports that you should have got. And so how was the ministry able to continue paying when you weren't actually getting any status reports?
And that's well, the reports which well, no, I thought this was a list of the reports, but this is not a list of all of the reports.
Commissioner, what I would say with respect to the question that is posed is that I will have to look going back for the 2-year period and look at every report that was received, go and check the invoices. I don't have that right in front. It could have been that we could have overlooked one of the reports. It could be it was never submitted. I will have to do that research. I know Mr. Barat is probably going off for what was presented to you, but I cannot substantiate and say that is actually the fact at this time.
I think I'm fairly confident Mr. Frett this time round is saying that it was the fact. And the reason I can say that is because they have, on this topic, the Commission has made more than one request. So there was the initial request, followed by when Dr. O'Neill Morton gave evidence, she provided more information, followed by, I mean, you yourself had to provide an affidavit in relation to it, and you disclosed material that you brought with you. And there was subsequent to that more information. So there's been 4 or 5 requests, and pulling all of those together as the Commission team has done, what you have is including the report that was provided at the end of first contract, you have 6 reports. You have no invoices have been disclosed.
6 reports for the 2 years, for the last 2 years.
For the last 2 years, you have 5
Commissioner,
reports.
the last report would have been at the end of this contractor term, but which was just in, so that would make it 7.
Right, well, that has
that report, Commissioner, that report was received the day before I started leave, which was Friday. It was Friday, just before I went on leave, and Commission was hoping towards the end to mention it, to say whether or not.
Can we come back to that?
I just want to clarify, so it's not. If it's one missing, then we have to go back, Commissioner, and find out where the one is missing.
Mr. Frett, your mathematics will be better than mine, but we have 5 reports, 5 reports for a 2-year period. There should be 8. You have another one. That makes 6. But can we leave it like this for now? Because Mr. Rowell wants to ask you some questions, I suspect, about the individual reports. But if payments were made without a quarterly report, that should not have happened.
Commissioner, I don't know if I would say that, if that payment should have been made. Is it part of the payment requirements, or is it part, is submitting something does not mean a report invoice cannot be paid? So I have to look in detail again at the terms of condition, but then I said that no payment will be made unless the quarterly report is received. It says that you must submit these quarterly reports. So we have to be careful when we're using legal terms, because if the contract clearly says no payment will be made unless you submit that quarterly report, that is one thing. But if it's just a requirement for submit quarterly reports, that is something different.
No, two different things, Mr. Frett.
Yeah.
One is a contractual requirement. As far as I can see, it's not a contractual requirement. But you or Mr. Forbes, the financial secretary, was monitoring this contract. And as I understand it, part of that monitoring was that payments would be made only if and when reports were made, because you were monitoring, and if no
Yes.
reports, you couldn't properly monitor it. It's not a contractual matter, it's a monitoring matter.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you, Mr. Rawat.
I mean, just to also tell you where we are, I mean, in relation to some of the invoices, we haven't received invoices, but can I try and take you through the reports, Mr. Frett? And if you were not involved in them, then or did not see them at the relevant time, then just tell me. In relation to the second contract, which is when the matter comes under the remit of the Ministry of Finance, if you take up bundle 2, please, Mr. Frett.
Which page, Mr. Rawat?
I'm sorry, 1226. This is once the contract started. This was the first report that Mr. Skelton Klein submitted. So this was in January 2020 for a contract that had started or signed on the 2nd of December, but started on the 18th of September. So what Mr. Skelton Klein's evidence is that the contracts just ran continuously. Now, first question is, can you help with this, Mr. Frett? What's the basis, or what's the mechanism by which, in circumstances where there's a 2-month gap between the start date of the contract and the signing of it, what's the mechanism by which the contractor can be paid in that time?
Commissioner, with respect to this particular incident that the council is referring to, I am not aware under what circumstances the payment was made. I do know that from time to time there may be a lag in the agreements perhaps being initiated. I don't know if instructions were given. I cannot speak to how the contract, the invoice was paid. If the contract was not completed, there must have been some understanding between Treasury or the Ministry of Finance and Premier Office with respect to that matter.
Are there generally, I mean, that's why I put it as mechanism. If you're confronted with a situation where the contractor has already started working, the contract is not yet signed, what's the mechanism by which the Ministry of Finance can arrange for that contractor to be paid?
Commissioner, in reviewing the Public Finance Management Act or the regulation, I don't think there's nothing in writing that states that while the contract is being finalized or vetted by the Attorney General, you can proceed and issue a check. But I'm sure that there would have been some communication, whether between the former FS or the Premier Office and the Treasury in seeking to execute payments while the document is, because there might be a fair understanding that this can be renewed. It's just a delay, got to go to cabinet, got to go to the AG chambers, got to leave cabinet, and it's taking longer.
So in terms of mechanism, once there's a contract, the mechanism is relatively easy because the contract then triggers all of the paperwork and the payments are made. If there's no contract for a couple of months, then are you saying that there are mechanisms that can be put in place? For example, the Premier's office can, or the relevant ministry, whatever that is, can contact the Treasury?
No. I'm not saying that, Commissioner. If there's not a contract in place, I would believe there would have been dialogue at a much higher level, whether it be with the financial secretary, or talking to the accountant general, someone, because I know Treasury may have observed that the contract expired. If they did not, it would probably be an oversight, and they would have flagged it, and they would have said, what is the position? We have an invoice for payment. However, the contract is expires and you want issue. But in reality, Commissioner, from time to time, unfortunately, there are contracts, not just in result, just a consultancy. It could be leases and other things that persons are not as vigilant as they should, and they wait till the last minute to execute, and by the time you can go through the bureaucratic process, sometimes times elapse. We may have to wait for a while for agreement to be drafted and vetted. At the meantime, do you tell that person who might be working on a critical document to stand down and wait until? And or is there understanding that there's a likelihood that this person is going to continue providing the services? So I can't speak to what took place at that time, but I'm just thinking, since the question was, but what mechanism?
There are mechanisms that can be put in place.
In all fairness, Commissioner, too, you have to look at the situation at hand at the time, and sometimes decisions have to be made.
Yes, no, I understand. Yes.
So in relation to the contract that we're looking at, the second contract, which ran from I think 2019 into 2020, you didn't have anything to do with authorizing payment whilst the contract was still being resolved.
Commissioner, I will have to look at the invoices during that period to confirm that. I don't want to say no, because from time to time, I may have signed documents on behalf of the financial secretary being his deputy. So I don't want to say no, and that may not be the case. I have to look at each invoice and see which one I signed during a specific time frame.
Now, if you look at that first report that I've taken you to, that first one submitted, January 2020. Now, I'll take you to the emails if you need to see them. It's a Frett, but what happened was that Mr. Forbes sent an email to Mrs. Smith-Maduro, and this was on the 24th of January, saying, please see the attached document, which signals my approval to pay the consultant. Mrs. Smith-Maduro then raised concerns about the content of the report, and she's explained those concerns to the Commission, and she asked for a meeting with the Permanent Secretary and the Financial Secretary. That, for reasons, could not be set up until March, and Mr. Forbes proposed a meeting in March, on March 11th, 2020. Now, it's not clear so far on the evidence as to whether a meeting took place. We will ask Mr. Forbes about it. But were you involved in any meeting in March 2020 to discuss the reports from Mr. Skelton-Klein?
I don't recall participating. I don't recall at this time participating in those meetings.
Look at the report itself. It sets out 7 initiatives, some of which are rolled over from the previous first contract that Mr. Skelton-Klein was involved in. Now, did you say in your written response that you've read some of the reports, or you've read the reports that were submitted by Mr. Skelton-Klein to the Ministry of Finance? Do you consider that they do give sufficient information in terms of identifying initiatives capable of delivering a minimum of $5 million?
As I noted earlier, that when you look at the reports, I thought, in my view, additional information or more meat could have been placed on the reports. I know that when I was looking at one of the reports, I know the work that was done with the Ministry of Marijuana initiative, that one I know about, because we went as far as I stated earlier in putting some estimates into the 2020 and 2021 budget for revenue. So some substantial work was done, but does the report reflect what actually took place with respect to that? No. So there obviously was a deficiency in capturing what actually took place in some of these reports. I don't.
If there was that deficiency, why didn't the Ministry of Finance raise it with Mr. Skelton-Klein?
Commissioner, the colleague is assuming that it was not raised. I know that once I became financial secretary, I know when he came to visit me, I told him he need to start capturing information. If you go to a meeting, you need to log down the meeting time. If you chair the meeting, if there's phone policy, you need to put more information in support of the documentation that you have presented. I thought that they were lacking in some areas, but it does not mean work was not done in some of the areas based on my involvement, or may have seen cabinet papers and other things that spun off from that.
But can I stop you there? I mean, there is a line to be drawn, Mr. Frett, between, I mean, for example, what Mr. Skelton-Klein explained was, and in his first report, the end of his 6-month contract, he dealt with work that was going to, in relation to peer development. And he makes the point, and made the point, and confirmed it in oral evidence, that as the consultant, he had taken it so far, and it was now, he made recommendations, which effectively it was for the Ports Authority Board to take forward. So we have to make a distinction between work that may be done by others, a statutory board, for example, work that may be done within the Ministry of Finance, in the progress of an initiative. When we're looking at the second and the third contract, the question that I'm asking you is directed to, how did the Ministry of Finance, when assessing these reports, assure itself that Mr. Skelton-Klein was fulfilling his obligations under the contract, not doing other things or being busy dealing with other initiatives, but he had a contractual obligation 2 years running to generate a minimum of 5 million for you. And from his perspective, as he explained to the Commissioner, that's an impossible ask. But how was the Ministry of Finance reassuring itself that that was being done if, on your assessment, the reports were deficient?
Commissioner, with respect to the reports, they could, like we mentioned to him, some of the report was not substantiated enough. I should not have used the word deficient, but we knew from other activities that the gentleman was performing tasks relating to some of the matters, but whether or not it was captured. So when you look at the report, if you look at any one of the report, you may see slideshows of different things, speaking about different activities that take place. But I note in one of the earlier presentation made is that where the contract talk about certain analysis that should be performed and whether he felt they should have performed them. In my view, Commissioner, when I talk about because the legwork now had to be done, we talking about analysis and dealing with revenue. I would have loved to see, here are the potential figures, here's the timeline over a 5-year, 10-year period, and so forth, as far as the substantive things, so that when it comes to the subject ministry, but because of how the contract was constructed, it probably did not allow for taking it to the next level. So that is my perspective. I talk about deficiency and what I would love to see in any revenue initiative coming forward as financial secretary.
Exactly, and that's what Mr. Malone, I think from his evidence, that's what he expected. He expected a proper business proposal with a proper business proposal setting out a timeline with deliverables along the timeline.
Charts, all these different things, but I do not believe that is how the contract is structured.
Well, it is, because it says it puts a duty upon Mr. Skelton client to conduct thorough market research, financial analysis, modelling and forecasting, and social impact assessment of proposed initiative. It puts that obligation on him. He said that he couldn't do it, but that's a contractual obligation on him. The obligation was to produce a business proposal, not perhaps something with 2, 4, or 6 bullet points. There's a big difference, isn't
I think there are more than 24 bullet points, Commissioner.
Well, Power 52, 4 bullet points. Shores Development 2. This is the report. But in any event, it's not the number of bullet points. It's it's what you would expect. But if this is what was expected by way of monitoring, you must say so.
Fair statement, Commissioner.
Sorry?
I said that's a fair assessment.
What?
What you said about the process.
Yes, you would have expected a business proposal. Yes, thank you.
But I do believe, Commissioner, that in the while it lists out those things, it should have said in the agreement a business plan consistent, and they have to show what you expect as a business plan, what you expect of these things.
That's right.
They have to be laid out in the document,
yes,
so that the consultant, whoever it is, will know these are the parameters. This is the quality. This is the standard of which you are to report. I think those things have to be clearly stated up front, and this is the format and how it.
So you say that the fact that there was no business plan may be a deficiency in the contract, but that's what you'd have expected, and it may well be that one of the points on the timeline will not be in the consultant's hands. He may need a cabinet decision or finance decision or whatever, but at least then there is a timeline. So is this a fair summary of your evidence, that that is what you would have expected in respect of a consultancy like this, but you think the contract was deficient in not spelling that out?
Yes.
Is that fair?
That is a fair assessment.
No, thank you, Mr. Frett.
And trying to take it shortly, Mr. Frett, but one of the features of the status reports that were submitted over the 2 years of this contract is that some of the supporting documents were sent in more than once. So for example, there is a draft MOU dated the 12th of March 2020. And you see it attached to more than one status report. You're nodding your head, so I'm going to ask you just to say yes for the microphone.
Commissioner, he tried to get me to say yes, but what I would say with the status report, it would have been better in my view, if it would just say that no progress or something, but to put the same thing. So we did recognize that in some instances, we did see items.
Same material coming
some
up
of the
again.
same identified, but it
fair,
does not
fair.
mean, that does not imply that work was not done, but we wasn't able to identify that from the reports that was presented. Because if you present the same thing over.
No, I know, but what one purpose of reports is to report, Mr. Frett, and so things that are not captured by a report, which should be in a report, that's not a helpful approach.
Yeah.
But I understand your evidence. Thank you.
Yeah.
What I'll do, Commissioner, is probably not go into the detail of the reports themselves, because I think Mr. Frett has given his view of what an ideal report would look like, and he's acknowledged that there was at times the same material coming up. Can I ask you some additional questions about your response, please, Mr. Frett? You said that when you took up the role of acting financial secretary, you were briefed by Mr. Skelton-Klein.
Yes.
You've referred to the list that he produced for you, which the Commissioner has. But other than that, was there a note in relation to the briefing that was prepared by yourself, or that Mr. Skelton-Klein prepared for you?
Commissioner, no, it was done in person. He came and he brought the bundles, and we sat down and we discussed at length some of the things that were in the bundles. Actually, I was not aware of some of the things that I saw in the bundle. So we did at length go through them, and he explained to me the where he was at, where he couldn't take it so much more further, and so forth. So we did discuss that.
The other matter I would ask you about is this, because at your paragraph 13, you say that you don't believe that tendering would be appropriate for Mr. Skelton-Klein's role. Now, that's a point that's been made in other responses. For example, Dr. O'Neill Morton and Mrs. Smith-Maduro. Now, the role that, I think you've mentioned that there's a new development in that the concept of special advisor is emerging following cabinet decision. And prior to that, whatever the role the advisor was playing, they were there as a consultant. That's how they were identified and paid. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So that's the category in which Mr. Skelton-Klein fell, because the cabinet had not made its decision about special advisors.
Well, Commissioner, Mr. Skelton-Klein, no matter how we try to twist it, he was a strategic advisor, political advisor, special advisor. That is basically what he was doing.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
And that's very clear from your evidence, Mr.
Yes.
Frett, and I think the evidence from...
And that was personal, that was personal to the Premier.
Yeah.
So the Premier had to be satisfied that the person that he is working with is comfortable with that person for what, based on the skill sets and based on the relationship, whatever it is.
It was really a personal contract in that sense.
Yes.
The personal relationship was very important.
Yes.
And as you say, he was really, whatever the contract said, and I don't think any witnesses have said that the contract reflects what Mr. Skelton-Klein was doing, either at all or wholly. But he was really a political advisor.
Yeah.
And hence the importance of the Premier's choice of him, because it was important that he was comfortable with him. And other witnesses have said also the Premier's assessment of, as it were, how he was doing in respect perhaps of future contracts. Is that something that you would agree with? Yes, thank you.
The question goes to this, and I'm using the term strategic advisor because that's the term that appears in the contracts. But in terms of a tendering process, it would still have had to go through a tendering process, wouldn't it? Because any contract that is over the $100,000 threshold has to go through that unless Cabinet waives it.
Yes.
And so for Mr. Skelton-Klein, that was the position in relation to him.
Yes, because it's over $100,000.
Yes, and that still holds true today.
Yes, because even if you had a previous contract commission for say $90,000, but you have a continuous project for the same work.
You have to get cabinet approval.
Yes, because it doesn't change. So when you add the cumulative amount, it would be over 100,000. So we at the Ministry of Finance always recommend and propose that you must seek the waiver of the process. And my position on it too is that if you know you're going to retain someone for 2 or 3 years, you just go ahead and issue the contract for the 2 to 3 years and have the correct clauses in there that you can terminate that person within whatever specific time. So you will have to alleviate the issue of it coming back every year for renewal, because you very well know that person anywhere in the UK, anywhere they bring in their strategic advisors for the period of time they are there. So I don't know why we choose to do the 6 months in 1 year. It put more burden, more bureaucracy, more work on the staff of the Ministry of Finance than otherwise.
But that's how this happened to be done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could I just deal with a couple more matters? Firstly, in relation to Mr. Skelton-Klein's expenses, which would have been allowed on the contract provided for those. Can you shed any light on how they would have been paid to him?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of that. And I'm not aware of any expenses. I hope I did not sign anything with expenses, but I don't recall signing any invoice for payment pertaining to expenses. So I'm not aware of it. I'm not sure it is not there, it didn't occur, but I'm not aware.
If you pick up the bundle that's not your next to your bundle, there's a lever arch file that you'll see, Mr. Frett, that large one. I hope it has additional on the spine. If you turn up these page 852, this is an email from Mr. Skelton-Klein to Mrs. Smith-Maduro, dated the 31st of May. And he forwards, it's 2019, but he forwards an invoice and writes, "Dear PS, please see the following invoice. It should have been sent a month ago, so as to give instruction for payment from the BVI Ports Authority." So, and then Mr. Skelton-Klein says, "I'll send the findings / reports under another email." If you turn through to page 873, please. We have at 873, if you have that page, Mr.
Yes.
Frett, thank you. An email from an environmental expert dated June 14th, 2019. And it's addressed to Lennis Lendor, who was then the managing director of the BVI Ports Authority. And it attaches an invoice. Mr. Lendor then forwards it to Mrs. Smith-Maduro and says, "The authority is in receipt of the following email accompanied by the attached invoice requesting payment for work that was requested by no one at BVI Ports Authority. Please advise on this matter." If you turn to page 872, it's the preceding page, Mrs. Smith-Maduro forwards that then to Mr. Skelton-Klein, who then above gives an explanation that the invoice is in regards to a marine engineer determining type of sedimentation within a dredging area. And he says it's most critical to determining cost and inform our negotiations with a company. And that is one of the items that he dealt with in his first report, the one that he provided at the end of the 6-month contract. But my questions to this is this. Firstly, is that it might be inferred from Mr. Skelton-Klein's emails that he believes that the Premier's office can instruct the Ports Authority to pay an invoice. Is that possible?
Commissioner, there's a clause in the BVI Ports Authority Act that allows for the Premier to give written instructions to the BVI Ports Authority, whether it be for payment or anything, but he have to do it in writing. I don't know if that was, I don't know the dynamics behind this, but there is a clause in there that the Premier can give instructions to the BVI Ports.
Section 19.
Well, I assume it's section 19. It doesn't quite do that, but I'm assuming that you're referring to section 19.
Yeah, I don't know the clause. I don't have the act in front of me.
It refers to general directions from the minister, whether that allows the Premier to require the Port Authority to make payment on an invoice.
I wouldn't say require. If you give general direction, more than likely you would think the board, unless they have some query, would not pay it. They would pay it if they think it's something that will benefit. I don't know. I don't want to speculate. But if he can give general directions and they will decide whether or not they're going to carry it out. The board will decide whether or not they're going to carry out the instructions or not. It's up to them.
That's your understanding?
That's my understanding of the clause.
Yes, thank you.
But also, I mean, was it within the remit of Mr. Skelton to incur costs of this sort?
Commissioner, I will have to go through the agreement, but it would be an unusual circumstance that you see a consultant engaging or incurring costs unless it's written within the agreement, but it's very unlikely that such clause should exist in any agreement where a consultant is involved, because that consultant would report to an accounting officer, whether it be the PS or a head of department. And even if it involves a statutory board, they have the line of reporting as well. So I don't think a consultant can take it upon himself unless there's clear instructional guidelines with respect to incurring costs.
Well, we know from the contract that the contract provided for reimbursing travel and accommodation costs and provided for a consultant's fee, a monthly consultant's fee. But it didn't, none of the contracts provide for the consultant to incur costs.
Yep.
So in your evidences, unless the contract specified that, it would be unusual.
It is very unlikely that even a contract would be drafted in that way, based on our structure.
If I could just have a moment, please.
Certainly, yes.
Commissioner, I've reached the conclusion of my questions. Can I finish by thanking Mr. Frett for returning to give further evidence and also for the way he's done that today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frett, both for your time and for your patience and the way in which you've given your evidence.
Thank you, Commissioner, and do apologize for not advancing this. I will seek to have my team scan the documents and send them over to you. That is the last report for the current contract.
Oh yes, okay.
Yes.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That would help. Thank you, Mr. Frett. Shall I rise for a moment?
Let's try and set up the final
Forbes.
witness of the day.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Rawat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our last witness of today is Mr. Glenroy Forbes, who has given evidence to the Commission before. Mr. Forbes, can I begin by thanking you for your patience? I think it's taken longer to get to your evidence than we've expected today, but we're grateful that you've been able to make yourself available. You're giving evidence remotely today, and you've done that before. And I understand that you have access to the bundles, and hopefully we'll be able to take you through them as we go through. Can I ask you, as I do every witness, just to keep your voice up so that you can be heard and your evidence recorded? And if at any time I speak over you or you speak over me, then I'll stop and I'll let you finish. Just for some background, it's right, isn't it, Mr. Forbes, that you were Financial Secretary to the Government of the Virgin Islands up until the end of 2020, is that right?
Yes, Commissioner.
And the topic that the Commissioner is considering today is the question of consultancy contracts. And the focus has been on contracts which were held by Mr. Claude Skelton-Klein. And in particular, or in part, we have considered evidence that relates to 3 contracts that Mr. Skelton-Klein was awarded between 2019 and 2021, a period when you would have been Financial Secretary. Now, the Commissioner has obtained documents from a range of entities in relation to this matter. And as a result of the evidence, a warning letter was sent to you setting out potential criticisms that may be made of you on the evidence. As I've mentioned before, the warning letter is just a notice of potential criticisms. It is not the concluded or the provisional or concluded view of the Commissioner, but it is intended, in fairness to you, to put you in the position where you might be able to answer some of those criticisms in your evidence. The first contract, and I'm not going to read out the warning letter in full. What I'm going to try and do, Mr. Forbes, if I may, is just to ask you some questions that go to it. But the first contract that of the 3 that we are concerned with at the moment, that Mr. Skelton-Klein engaged in, was was entered into on the 27th of March 2019, and it ran for a period of 6 months, from the 25th of March 2019 to the 17th of September 2019. Now, that was a petty contract where the contracting ministry was the Premier's office. What involvement, if any, would you have had as Financial Secretary?
Commissioner, as I recall, I was made privy to the deliverables as well as it was stated under that particular contract. And I was a bit surprised in that one of the things that the consultant was being contracted to do was to come up with new revenue measures or revenue raising measures. Commissioner, the subject of revenue raising falls squarely within the portfolio of the Minister of Finance. And as Financial Secretary, I would have thought that at a minimum, I would have been consulted on the particular contract in detail before it was, drafted or even get entered into. Right? The way things turned out, as I recall, is that the contract was entered into, and I was told that as Financial Secretary, I am supposed to monitor the contract. in all fairness, it was almost impossible, and if not impossible, highly improbable for me to be able to monitor the contract, the way it was entered into and the way it was drafted.
Mr. Forbes, just to pause for a second. When you say that you were told that as financial secretary, you were to monitor the contract, are you still referring to the first contract, the 6-month contract, or the later contracts, which were for a year?
It was the latter one, Morton, I think, when I was told that I need to monitor the contract, yeah.
So these are the 1-year contracts?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, Mr. Rowett.
What I was asking you, Mr. Forbes, was about the 6-month contract, which on the evidence was a petty contract with the Premier's office and Mr. Skelton-Klein. What the contract recorded was that Mr. Skelton-Klein was to report directly to the Permanent Secretary of the Premier's office and indirectly to the Premier. And he was given specific areas of focus as a strategic advisor, but there wasn't, as there were in the later contracts, reference to revenue generating initiatives. In relation to that first contract, did you as Financial Secretary have any involvement with it?
Not that I can recall, sir.
I'll take you to the document if you need it, but if you could, and if you give me a moment, I'll find it. But perhaps if I just try reading it out to you rather than letting you access the document. But if you need to see it, it's at page 2809 in bundle 3, Ms. Forbes.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Well, it's a short point, so hopefully you'll be able to deal with it. But there was an email sent to you on the 7th of April, 2019, which was from the Accountant General. And this was in relation to the first contract, which was signed on the 27th of March. And the Accountant General correctly drew to your attention as Financial Secretary that the contract took effect from March 25th, 2019, but that effectively a request for advance payment had been made. And what's noted is that she was told that it had to be an advance payment, but that the Accountant General does not give advance payments to consultants. And you responded 2 days later to say, I agree your position on the matter and advise that you do nothing more than you propose to do in the circumstances. I'm writing under separate cover to the Permanent Secretary, the Acting Permanent Secretary in the Premier's office, documenting my concerns with the contract that has been entered into with Claude Skelton-Klein, DBA, as Grace Consulting. Can you recall now, firstly, whether you did indeed, in April 2019, write to the Acting Permanent Secretary?
I can't recall, Commissioner. I really can't recall.
Can you recall having any concerns, well, what concerns you did have with that contract?
But to start with, the whole idea of the advance payment, because it has been a long established policy within the Ministry of Finance, if not the government, that we should not be making advance payment on petty contracts, for the simple reason that if if any payment is so made, government will be unable to recover that money if the person walks away from the particular contract. So that would have been a concern that would first come to my mind once the matter was brought to my attention by the Accountant General.
Your email, Mr. Forbes, though, says you were writing, documenting my concerns with the contract. And of course, the advance payments weren't in the contract. You made it clear, the Treasury made it clear that they weren't going to pay it because it was a consultancy, and you said that's right. But can you recall any concerns you had with the contract?
There were a couple of ongoing issues that I had raised with the Premier's office. One being the whole idea of consultants being given or afforded vacation holiday. Right? And that was one of the things that I really was, taken back with. And I would think now that I must have been concerned with the government's ability to be able to monitor or determine what value is being delivered under those type of contracts. I cannot say with any certainty that at the time I was writing that I had seen the contract. I can't say that. I don't remember. I just can't remember. These things are all, foggy in my mind.
No, Mr. Forbes, firstly, we think you did see the contract because this is your response to an email which sent you the contract. But second, it was a term of the contract, this consultancy contract, that there were 15 days holiday. So the holiday point which you mentioned may well have been in your mind because it was in this contract. Mr. Howard.
But picking on one of the points you said, Mr. Forbes, you raised the question of these type of contracts and value for money. Did you have any particular concerns about how easy or hard it was to measure value for money when engaging a consultant?
It all depends on what was to be delivered by the consultant and what measures and mechanisms were in place to monitor, determine that you were really getting some return on the investment that you were making. Issues concerning these contracts is something that has been ongoing for years. It didn't just start with Mr. Klein's contract. I, as Financial Secretary, have been raised a number of issues with various agencies and departments within government, for eons.
If you look at page 7542.
7542. Let me see if I can find that.
Thank you.
75. Let me just. You said 7542, right? Yes. 7542. I don't. I don't find that one, sir. Can you just tell me what it is?
Well, it's part of that first contract, and it's an appendix to it, which sets out the roles of the consultant.
Okay. So what exactly is the question?
Well, I was going to ask you whether on the description set out there, it would have been easy to measure value for money.
If I can recall, because I think I must have read if you're talking about Appendix A to the contract, is that what you're talking about?
The first contract.
Yeah, I believe without concrete type of deliverables, it would have been sort of difficult to gauge whether or not you were getting, real value for the money spent. And I don't think that particular contract delineated, very concrete type of deliverables. I don't think it did.
Let's go on to the second contract. The second contract started running from the 18th of September 2019 through to the 17th of September. So yeah, 17th of September 2020. But it wasn't signed until the 2nd of December 2019. So the process was, Mr. Skelton-Klein's evidence was that he just continued working as a consultant. So contractually, the contract was ultimately running from the 18th of September, but it wasn't authorized by Cabinet until the 22nd of November and not signed until the 2nd of December. Can you explain, and it was a contract that was a major contract. So, and he was to report to the financial secretary. What's the mechanism to pay a consultant whilst he's still waiting for the contract to be signed?
Commissioner, I don't think there is any formal mechanism as such, but the situation described there is something that happens all the time in government, where contractors or consultants enter into arrangement before you actually sign a written contract. If you can be real technical, there can be a contract existing without documentation, written documentation. But the way I have always dealt with that financial secretary when that occurred, if it was shown to me that the consultant or the contractor had in good faith and honesty entered into work and did work, delivered on the work, and because of the bureaucracy or the slow movement of the wheels of government, I would then seek to prevail on the accountant general in consultation with whoever is the accounting officer to actually make the payment to the individual.
Because it was a major contract, it had to be varied or waived by the cabinet, and therefore that needed a cabinet paper. The cabinet paper we have is at 7235 in the same bundle, Commissioner.
I got no 7335. I got no 73. Anyhow, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I don't seem to have that bundle. I don't know.
So what the new contract ultimately did was to give Mr. Skelton-Klein the role of strategic advisor, with the remit to provide services of a strategic advisor to assist the government identifying and developing a portfolio of revenue generating initiatives and be responsible for developing and delivering a minimum of 3 initiatives within the 12-month time frame that will generate a minimum of $5 million. Now, did you have, firstly, did you have any involvement in drafting the contract?
No, Commissioner, I don't recall, no.
We've seen an email from you to Mrs. Smith-Maduro, where you asked for an amendment to it. Her evidence was that, that this contract would have been a product of a collaboration between the Premier's office and the Ministry of Finance. Does that make sense to you?
And there's a memorandum from me asking for an amendment.
There's an email from you proposing an amendment to the contract, just to a clause in the contract.
Commissioner, can you be so kind and read that memorandum, please, or that email?
The email. The hope that you might be able to find it, Mr. Frett, is at page 5435, and that's in
5435. Okay.
Let me just read it to you. If I read it to you, it's an email sent on your behalf on the 6th of December 2019 to Mrs. Smith-Maduro. You say, before finalizing the reference contract for Grace Consulting, please amend clause 3.2. The Premier's office cannot have the consultant reporting to the FS, but have travel and the resulting reimbursement for the consultant approved by the PS Premier's office without the knowledge of the FS. And you then suggested an amendment to the contract. So that would suggest that you or the Ministry of Finance had been involved in the fine detail of drafting the contract, wouldn't it?
Well, I must admit, yes, we had some input. I don't know about the fine details in drafting, but we had some input. Yes. You know.
And you would have been responsible for taking the cabinet memo to cabinet, wouldn't you? I mean,
well, I was responsible to advise the Minister of Finance on taking the cabinet memo.
But the Ministry of Finance would have finalized the cabinet memo, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Finalize the draft.
Now, the cabinet memorandum, which is at 7235, records that, and this is 7238, and I'll just read this out to you.
Okay.
Forbes. At paragraph 15 on 7238, it must be noted that the deliverables being sought from Grace Consulting are functions to be delivered by the Ministry of Finance and to advise the Minister of Finance accordingly. In this regard, even though the consultant will be reporting to the Premier, copies of reports should be furnished to the Financial Secretary. And this was in the context of the decision to seek a waiver. As it happened, you were under the final version of the contract has Mr. Skelton-Klein reporting directly to the Financial Secretary. Now, this was a 12-month contract. How did you go about monitoring Mr. Skelton-Klein's performance under the contract?
I remember meeting with Mr. Skelton early in the process, and when I inquired of him as to how frequently he was supposed to submit these reports, I think he told me monthly. And at that point, I told him that seeing the volume of work that's on my desk, that I couldn't do a monthly thing, and I would be satisfied to get quarterly reports from him. And I think that's what we agreed. And I think I communicated that information to Mrs. Smith-Maduro sometime. I don't know whether an email or a telephone call or what, but I think I communicated that information to her, that I had agreed for quarterly reports. I'm sorry.
You did indeed do that. You did it by email. And it's an email dated the 6th of May, 2020. Commissioner, it's page 2562.
Thank you.
2562.
On May 6, 2020, which would have been some way into the contract, you confirmed that you had agreed with Mr. Klein, as you called him, that he could produce a report on a quarterly basis. But he was being paid on a contract on a monthly basis. So was the position that from the time that you agreed that variation with Mr. Skelton-Klein, that you were still paying out on invoices on a monthly basis, but just expecting quarterly reports?
Yes, Commissioner.
And in terms of you've spoken of the deliverables, but in terms of, and I can deal with it this way, when that second contract, the one that the financial, where Mr. Skelton-Klein was asked to report to the Financial Secretary, when that came before Cabinet to determine whether the contract should be awarded and whether there should be a waiver, the paper was presented by the Ministry of Finance, and one point that was raised was concerns expressed by the Financial Secretary that Grace Consulting's duties would overlap with their mandate to recommend revenue generating initiatives. And the Minister of Finance is recorded saying that he discussed this concern with the Financial Secretary, who subsequently agreed to Grace Consulting's role, given the Ministry of Finance current workload. Now, this seems to take us back to the point you made earlier to the Commissioner about that revenue generation sits with the Ministry of Finance. So could you just explain a little more, Mr. Forbes, just what concerns did you have about the revenue generating initiative that was being placed on Mr. Skelton-Klein's shoulders?
Commissioner, the Financial Secretary within the Ministry of Finance, on an annual basis, as part of producing the annual budget for the territory, advises the Minister of Finance on what he thinks or what he projects as the level of revenue that the country can produce, and hence that will determine the level of expenditure that a country can make in any given financial year. So if Mr. Klein had a contract of revenue generating measures, I think there would have need to be very close collaboration with what Mr. Skelton was doing and what the Ministry of Finance would be able to do in terms of projecting the revenue in any given period, any given fiscal period, and going forward. So those are some of the concerns that I would have had. But let me just explain something which is almost an analogy in central government, and that is somewhere along the line, right, between when I had my last stint at the Ministry of Finance and when I had my prior stint before this last one at the Ministry of Finance, where any matter involving money, and it is more than $100,000, okay, it is said that the Minister of Finance need to take the paper to cabinet. Now, I have some views about that, which I'm not going to try to expound on right now, but what happens in reality is that the subject ministry is the one that needs to draft the paper that is then sent to the Ministry of Finance, because in truth and fact, it's the subject ministry that has the information about whatever the subject matter is. So in this particular case that we are talking about, that paper would have been drafted in the Premier's office and sent to us at the Ministry of Finance.
Would you not have had, as appears to be usual, to have contributed at least the Ministry of Finance views on the financial implications?
Yes. Invariably, I mean, there are times when it has slipped through, but more often than not, yeah, the financial secretary is required to comment on the financial implication on all decisions being sent up, or draft decisions being sent up to cabinet.
In terms of monitoring the work on that 12-month contract, Mr. Skelton Klein was required to report to you as financial secretary. You've explained that there was an agreement outside the contract that he could do so on a quarterly basis, so 4 times a year. What the Appendix A to the contract required Mr. Skelton Klein to do, as well as identifying a minimum of 3 initiatives within the time frame that will generate a minimum of 5 million, was to conduct thorough market research, financial analysis, modeling and forecasting, and social impact assessment of proposed initiative. Now, would you have expected, what information would you have expected to be in a report from a consultant tasked to find revenue generating initiatives?
First, you will have to identify whatever those areas are. You will have to, determine what the target is. You will have to run various progression models and to find out, which incidentally, Commissioner, within the Ministry of Finance, there's a unit called the macro fiscal unit. And those things that Mr. Skelton are being required to do are the same type of exercises that the macro fiscal unit actually conduct for the Ministry of Finance in order for us to do a revenue projections and determine what expenditure and all that stuff. They're the ones who do that. I was and I'm still surprised, right? That Mr. Skelton would have been able to, by himself, to deliver on those requirements, on those particular deliverables. He would have to have some number of persons, skilled persons working with him, irrespective of what his skill sets are. He would need additional assistance to do what he was being required to do.
Before I continue, I didn't quite hear you quite clearly, but you referred to the unit in the Ministry of Finance as the macro fiscal unit.
Yes, sir.
But do you recall the reports that Mr. Skelton Klein did submit to you? Do you remember seeing those reports at the time?
I think I lost you for a moment, Commissioner. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Do you recall the reports Mr. Skelton Klein provided to you?
Yes, Commissioner, I remember seeing the report, but Commissioner, I want to be quite, well, I am always, I want to be quite candid, right? My ability as financial secretary to monitor, in the true sense of monitoring that particular contract, as I said earlier, was near impossible to do for a number of reasons. Okay. First to start with, I believe, when it comes to the revenue raising, I felt that that was a subject of the Ministry of Finance, and it would require also the Ministry of Finance, if Mr. Skelton was going to help, Skelton Klein was going to help in that area, we would have to sit with someone in the Premier's office, with him and someone, determine exactly what it is we want to get or out of this particular contract. And we have to have certain milestones, you know, certain targets. So we know when we reach that target, we know we are going to the next step, and on and on. That was not the case. And to be quite frank, at the time when this was going on, as financial secretary, I was in, I would say, perpetual crisis management mode. And I was maybe with 2020 hindsight, I was actually selecting which battles I would fight. You know, and I know I couldn't fight all the battles that were being tossed at me. My main objective at that time was to make sure that I avert a financial crisis within the territory. That was my aim. And if you ask me, I would say I did not, for a number of reasons, did not monitor that contract the way it should have been monitored. And I'm going to take the fault for that. One, I was under-resourced, right, to start with. And there was so many other things that were going on at the time. I just didn't pay that much attention to Mr. Skelton and that particular contract, because I felt that it would have been a waste of my time, basically, because I could not properly monitor it. Clear and simple.
If you had had the time and resources to properly monitor it, what would you have done?
Well, I said from the very beginning, from the inception of the contract, during the negotiation stages, right, I would make sure that we had concrete milestones inside of the contract in terms of the deliverables that Mr. Skelton should have been delivering to us. So that when he was reporting, he would then say in his report, okay, I have accomplished this. I didn't because of these reasons, but I hope to do so if we do A, B, and C to accomplish it. But that was not the case.
Did you consider the reports that you did receive to be adequate?
No, I don't think they were adequate, and I don't think they were adequate, and at the same time, I did not pay very much attention to them. I'm being quite frank and upfront. I did not.
Can I just take you, and I'll again, Mr. Forbes, I'll read them, but this is another email exchange that you were involved in. Commissioner, it's your page 2814. If you find it all well and good, Mr. Forbes, but hopefully I'll try and take you through it.
Okay.
The first report that was submitted to you by Mr. Skelton Klein was dated the 22nd of January. And on the 24th of January, you sent an email to Mrs. Smith-Maduro, copying in Kedrick Malone, who was then PS in the Premier's office. And you attached, it appears, that report, and you said, please see the attached document which signals my approval to pay the consultant. His report is also duly submitted for your records. Mrs. Smith-Maduro responded on the same day, thanks FS. I have had a quick glimpse through the report and I have some concerns I would like to discuss in person with you and my PS at your earliest. My concerns should not stop this payment, but there may need to be some adjustments to Mr. Skelton's reported deliverables moving forward. For various reasons, the meeting could not be set up immediately. And on the 5th of March, you wrote to Mrs. Smith-Maduro apologizing for not being able to meet sooner and suggesting a date. And she confirmed that she would be available. And Mr. Malone, who was still then, but then coming into the end of his time as the permanent secretary, chipped in to the email correspondence with this. And this was on March the 7th, 2020. FS, I still think we need to have the meeting requested by DS Maduro, as this matter needs addressing as it presents exposures for all concerned. So first question, Mr. Forbes, is do you recall there being a meeting between yourself and at least the Deputy Secretary in the Premier's office?
I can recall how we requested a meeting, but I can't recall us actually having that meeting. I can't recall.
Do you recall whether in any other way you learned about Mrs. Smith-Maduro's concern with that first report?
Yeah, I believe she had verbally said to me that Mr. Skelton Klein was dealing with things that were not in the contract. I think she mentioned that at some point when she was trying to set up a meeting with me.
Did you yourself have any direct conversation or exchange with Mr. Skelton Klein about what else he was doing that was not within the contract?
No, I don't recall.
Your understanding was that the contract provided for deliverables, specifically the initiatives to generate at least $5 million. And was that what you understood the focus of the contract to be?
Yes, Commissioner.
you give me a moment, please? Thank you. Commissioner, I think I've reached the conclusion of my questions for Mr. Forbes on this topic. Mr. Forbes, whilst you were stepping away to look for a file, I was telling the Commissioner that I've reached the end of my questions for you today.
Thank you.
But can I conclude by thanking you for making yourself available and also for the assistance that you've given to the Commissioner today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Forbes. Can I echo that? And thank you for your time and your patience and the frank way in which you've given your evidence. That's been very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're resuming, I think, with a hearing on Friday.
Good. Thank you very much.